Good morning. Welcome to Glendale City Council Budget Workshop Session of May 5th, 2020. This meeting is called to order. We'll do an attendance roll call. I do have one council member who got caught up by the train that's on her way, but we'll go ahead and do an attendance roll call right now. Councilmember Aldama.
Present.
Councilmember Hugh.
Here.
Councilmember Tomachoff.
Here.
Councilmember Turner.
Here.
Vice Mayor.
Present.
Yeah, I'm present, and Councilmember Clark is not here yet, so when she comes in, if you could take note, that would be great. Thank you. And then also, for your information, today's meeting is live on Glendale 11, also Facebook, and also YouTube. So we'll go right into item number 1. Ms. Bauer, would you introduce item number 1, please?
Fiscal year 2020-21 budget workshop.
Good morning, Mayor, members of the council. Nice to see all of you again together. Been a little bit of a while. First of all, I want to mention that we are going to have lunch provided today. Now, while we've said the timeline could be approximately 3 hours for the workshop, we are in no hurry, and staff was prepared to go as long into the day as necessary to get your questions answered. If we can't get it accomplished today, even though we have our CIP discussion on the 19th, we still have time to schedule another workshop. So we want to be clear that we recognize we've compressed our budgeting schedule. However, we're more than willing to make sure that all your questions are answered. You have adequate amount of time. So we can certainly go beyond lunch today, which is why we brought it in. And so with that, we'd just like to talk real quickly to set the budget up. And as we all know, we're certainly in very extraordinary times. And as with the month of February, when March rolled along, we were still picking trash up every day in our neighborhoods. We were still supplying water supply, making sure it was sanitized, making sure that our wastewater was functioning correctly. Our landfill continued to operate. In fact, our landfill saw a huge amount of increase in volume. Our 911 operators, our first responders, were still going on calls in March like they were in February. Our IT was still maintaining networks and software support and doing what they do within IT. Our fleet staff was still coming in every day to help make sure that our police cars, our fire engines, our sanitation trucks were all operating and being maintained. Our payroll people were coming in, making sure that our employees still receiving a payroll check each and every bi-week. Our community services department was still providing services to our most at-risk neighborhood, our citizens in our neighborhoods, by doing housing vouchers and the other programs that we provide through there. Our parks were still, while they weren't open on some of the amenities, our parks still required to be watered and mowed and maintained, and all those things happened. So even though a lot changed in the month of March, the reality is that the city team has done, I think, a phenomenal job. The people who work for you to make sure that our citizens were still getting responded to in the way that they always come to expect from the city of Glendale. But what was different was, come March, is that we had a whole new layer of work that had to be put in place. And that included, how are we going to respond? How are we going to get our employees able to work from home and to go through those? How do we protect our first responders? And so a whole new layer of work was added in the month of March. And I think your team did a phenomenal job of really responding and jumping in and responding quickly. On top of that, of course, was the budget. And we were very close towards the very end of February of having our proposed budget ready to present to the council. It included vetting, as you see in the information we provided, a large number of supplemental requests. And so we had gone through and vetted those supplemental requests. We had put our numbers together, and then March showed up, and we really had to start from scratch. So I want to first just, and I think you probably know this, but I want to make sure you recognize that that Lisette and Amy and Vicki and their team in Budget and Finance spent a lot of long evenings and weekend work really starting from scratch on this budget. And I think I hope you appreciate the extra work they have provided to come back to get us here today to talk about our budget. One of the things that I've been talking with other city managers throughout Maricopa County. And what I will say is I think the city of Glendale is in a good a position of any other city manager that I've talked to. There are some that I think are in the same position. There are many that are in a lot more challenged position. And this is really a testament to the council's discipline on getting to a fund balance that gets us through difficult and challenging times like we are right now. And that that conservative approach that you've done is paying dividends now as we go forward into the next coming budget year. The couple different things is that you'll see, we go through some of the slides. Our budget culture here in Glendale has always been conservative. So while the council adopts a budget, the budget typically always performs better. In other words, we're always very conservative. We're going to walk you through that historic perspective. We also are benefiting from the fact that we had an incredibly hot local economy. And again, this goes back to the focus this council has made on economic development over the past several years, is we were seeing the benefits of really robust increases in taxes and fees because of economic development. The other thing we did is we really stepped in very quickly to freeze unnecessary travel, to freeze expenses, and to not hire and backfill positions that were not of critical nature. And we did that very early on, and we can kind of walk you through, but we think that's is going to have a huge difference on making sure that we come close to our year-end projection. And the final thing is I think we benefited from some sales of some recent assets in the budget year, most notably the approximate $5 million that we got for the Brown lot, and the more than $4.5 million that we received for the Bank of America building. And so all those things kind of put together, I think allows the city to present a budget and to consider a budget that really, for the most part, we feel very strong about. We feel it's conservative, and yet it also puts us in a position to continue growing Glendale and going towards those goals that you've all stated. So with that, I'll turn it over to my remarks then to my Assistant City Manager, Vicki Rios.
Actually, I think Lisette is going to start. Right, Lisette?
Yes. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today is our 6th budget workshop, and today we'll go through an update on the forecast for our major funds. The first item on our agenda is what's in your book. All of you should have had a budget book for the meeting today. I'm going to go through some tabs and the various materials that are contained in your book. The first tab that you'll see is a table of contents, and the next tab is an FTE summary. Summary by fund.
Yeah, let's have him pull that microphone closer to you so it's less work for you. Okay.
Okay, so the tab Summary by Fund provides a summary of each division's budget. So if you look at it, you have the fund and the division. So for the first page, you can see the mayor's office. It does have the fiscal year 2019 actuals, fiscal year 2020 budget, our estimate for fiscal year 20, fiscal year 2021 request. So it's the request for next year. And you have a dollar change in budget, so the change from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 2021, and the percentage change from fiscal year 20 to 2021. Where it says Fund 1000, that's all your general fund, and then it moves on to the other various funds. The next tab is the FTE summary. And I'll just go through the first page. You do have the department name. So the first page shows the audit department, and it has the position description. So for this example, you have the internal audit program manager. There's only one FTE there. And you see the fiscal year 2020 FTE actual, and then the next column is the FTE changes, and then any requested FTE for fiscal year 2021. I do want to highlight that in this report, the total is up top versus in the bottom. So for the audit department, where it's highlighted in blue, you see the total 1 FTE for FY20 actual. There aren't any changes. And then, requested FTE for fiscal year 21 is essentially the same one that they had in fiscal year 20. For budget and finance, you see the total of 64.5 for the 20 actual, and then the FTE changes of 4, and then the requested in total is the 64.5 plus 4 is the 68.5 total FTE. The next tab is the supplemental summary. You do have 2 reports in here. One is the required increases and the recommended supplementals. With this report, you see the fund. So the first one is general fund, and then there is a column for decision group. You have the required increases, and then below it is the recommended increases. Then you have a description of the request. The one-time cost is just, if, for example, I'll pick the one for the Judicial Selection Advisory Board, the $8,000. So that cost is just a one-time cost. We'll spend the $8,000, and there's no ongoing for fiscal year 22. So just one time. The ongoing is for the automatic aid dispatch fees for CAD. The $65,000 is ongoing, so we will be incurring $65,000 every year beginning in fiscal year 21. And about 3 pages. Actually, yes, the 3rd page, you see the supplemental request that's not been recommended. The setup is a little bit different. You do have the fund, and then you have the department, and then the description of the request. Again, the one-time and ongoing costs, and then the grand total. Then the next tab, you go into the various tabs for the different departments within the city. The first one is mayor and council. The first page, you will see a summary for the department, and listed is the fund and the division. Within the mayor and council office, you have the mayor's office, council office administration, and the other districts. Again, you have the fiscal year 29 actuals. You have the fiscal year 2020 budget and our estimate for fiscal year 2020, the request for fiscal year 21, and you have a dollar change in the request. So the difference between fiscal year 20 and 21, and you also have a percent change in the budget. Right below, you'll see the department total. So you see a total for the 19 actuals, same thing for 20 budget, 20 estimate, then the request, and the total dollar change and the total percentage change. The following page is your FTE summary for that department. You have first a column for the department name, the position description. Again, you have the FTE actual for fiscal year 2020 and any changes that the department may have, and then the requested FTE for fiscal year 21. For the total, it's again the actual plus the FTE changes. With this one, there are no changes, so it's the 15 plus 0 is equal to 15. The next page is the budget for each division. So this one, you see up top that the title is the Mayor and Council Office. Then you see the division is the Mayor's Office. You do have the grouping of the expenditure type. So you have, for the first grouping is your personal services. And personal services includes your salaries, overtime, benefits, and retirement. And similar to the other reports, you have the 19 actuals, 20 budget, the estimate for fiscal year 20, and you have the request for fiscal year 21, the dollar change in the budget, and you also have the percent change in the budget. For each group, for example, the personnel services, you do see a total. It's highlighted in blue. Then for this one, you have services and supplies, and you have professional development, shop and fuel charges, and supplies under services and supplies, and the last category is your internal charges. Again, you have a total for the division. At the very bottom, it's also highlighted in blue. That is it for the reports. Each tab is the various reports for each department. It's very similar to just what I went over. And with that, I'll turn over the presentation to Ms. Rios.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. Wanted to take a moment this morning to talk to you, as Mr. Phelps alluded to, about what we've been up to since the changes in the economy. And let everyone know that we are still assessing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Right now, we have tax returns for March, which if you'll kind of bear with me to kind of walk you through the dates. The governor's announcement to shelter in place, otherwise maybe known as, stay-at-home order, came in about mid-March. And so for half of March, businesses were still busy. And then for the second half of March, not so much. And so those returns for the activity that occurred in March come in April, but the Department of Revenue does not finish processing all of them until later in May. So some of the revenues we can see because we have a system that we can go look at them, but they're not all, they haven't all been processed yet, and we don't expect that they will be for at least another couple of weeks. And then for April, those tax returns will be filed in May, this month, but we won't see the impact of them and be able to really analyze what the impact is of all of the closures in April until June. So while delaying the budget process is good because we have a little more information than we would have had we kept going in March, we still don't have a lot of information about where our revenues are going. That being said, the good news is, and Mr. Phelps also alluded to this, is that prior to the closures, our sales tax revenue was running about $5.7 million over where it was at the same time the prior year. So just through February, we were outperforming where we had budgeted revenues by about 5.7 million, and that is really helping us. That's for just our own city sales tax. For state shared revenues, which is our state shared portion of sales tax and state shared income tax, which I'll talk about again in a minute, and vehicle licensing tax, those combined were also $3.4 million higher than the same time the previous year. So we were outperforming our revenue projections before the shutdowns began. For state shared revenue, I want to remind council, it is based on state income tax 2 years ago. So it will not be impacted during this budget cycle, nor the next budget cycle for 2021, but it will, for 2022, but it'll start being impacted in 2020. The fiscal year 2023 is when any change to state income tax, which we expect there will be some because of businesses that have either closed and or reduced their revenue significantly, we will see that in 2023. Moving on to the next slide. As Kevin said earlier, I think it is important, we see the value now of a very conservative budget staff and attitude and culture that we have here in Glendale. So this graph just shows you that every year we have outperformed our revenue estimates. The top line is where the actual revenues came in, and the lower blue line is where revenues were projected to come in. So we're going along, we're outperforming. This is how we built, in fact, that large reserve, is by being conservative on revenues and being conservative also on expenditures. And so had we continued at the pace that we expected this year, we would have seen about 118 million, 117.8, and we were projecting to be somewhere in the neighborhood. Now, this is just, again, our own city sales tax, somewhere in the neighborhood of 125 million next year was what we were estimating and forecasting earlier. So we have made some adjustments to that. We have reduced what we expect to get this year. We've reduced it from what we gave you back in December as a forecast by about almost 8 million, but over the budget, we've reduced it here by, you can see, by about 4 million. So again, because we were already outperforming, we can reduce what we expected to see by 8 million and what was in the budget by this roughly 4 million. And that's kind of where the basis of this budget is coming from. And then we basically reduced it again by the same amount for next year. That's again a conservative approach, saying the economy may not recover, and at best we think we'll get the same next year that we will get this year. But it's a very large swing. It is a big drop in what we are expecting in revenue. If the economy, we don't know if the economy recovers faster or, receipts come in April higher than what we currently expect, then we could outperform these numbers, but we think dropping it this much is still fairly conservative. And I'm going to turn it over to Kevin, and he's going to tell you part of the reason why, even though we're reducing it, it's still a pretty strong number.
One of the things that I've mentioned to you over the past 2 months is that our economic development team has been incredibly engaged with our numerous projects. We have what we would define as large projects in the queue of more than 60 projects that our team has been engaged with. And they have literally, I mean this, to the project, have been in contact numerous times, every one of those large projects, to get a feel for what is happening. We know of only 2 projects that have actually hit the pause button that were underway for construction. One of those was Pulte Homes did a 60-day stop on the Stonehaven development, but they said it would be just for those 60 days. And then at Westgate, their new retail that they're building and constructing along Glendale Avenue, is they put a pause on construction really as a favor to the tenants coming in, because the minute those buildings were ready for occupancy, their lease commitment started, and they wanted to give their tenants a little bit extra time to get kind of situated and prepared for what's the impact of the COVID-19. Other than that, we have a large number of projects that continue to march forward. So I was presented a report that was provided for me yesterday, and currently right now on projects that are going vertical, and we're going to define that as either under construction or have got final plan review in, which means permits will be issued, and we expect to be going vertical during the next budget year. We're tracking about 7.6 million square feet of commercial space. When we go through the estimated revenue that those will provide in the new budget, economic development is estimated that just on those projects under construction and that are in plan review that will soon begin construction, that will come in roughly at about $13.5 million, which is substantially higher than what we had, for example, built into our FY 19-20 budget for sales tax construction. An additional 1.17 million, they believe, will soon go from the conceptual design into submitting plan review. And so we think that the number could be as high, and these are just on the major projects. Obviously, there's a whole host of tenant improvements and smaller projects that are not listed here. So again, we believe that that the budget that's being presented to you here today is achievable in the next year, and we think that we'll be able to meet all of our expectations for revenue. Again, based in large part because this council continues to put a large focus on new construction, especially along the Loop 303 corridor. Now, to talk about future coming years, I mentioned that number of 7.6 million square feet of commercial space. Just on projects that we're tracking along the 303 Loop area. This does not include anything east of the airport, but everything that's west of Luke Air Force Base. We still have more than 22 million square feet of projects that we're working with the developer on that we believe will commence construction over the next several years. So we think our sales tax our sales tax revenues on construction are going to continue to perform incredibly well over the next several years. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Vicki.
We're actually going to turn it back to Lisette again. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council. The next slide is, an overview of what we've done during our budget development. As Ms. Rios stated, we've reduced our estimates for fiscal year 2020 revenues. The largest component of our revenues is city sales tax, and that has been reduced to the $113.6 million. We've also assumed the lower revenues as the base for fiscal year 2021. For all the major funds that are heavily reliant on sales tax, for fiscal year 2021, we assume no growth from the revised estimates in fiscal year 20. For fiscal year 2022, we did assume a moderate growth, and then going into fiscal year 23 to 25, the growth is more conservative. The enterprise funds are not dependent on sales tax, so the revenues forecast is based on what we're seeing in revenues to date. It's based on user fees, and there aren't any reduction in the revenues there. Moderate revenue growth is what we forecasted for the next 5 years.
Mayor, I'm sorry, can I ask a question? I'm a little confused because the printed PowerPoint that I have is not the same. Was the only slide that was added the Glendale projects in process, page 7? Okay, because I'm trying to figure out what's different. So my notes, the rest of my notes in here are going to be fine. The rest of this is all in order? The rest of the
Mayor.
presentation?
Members of the council, Councilmember Talmachaff, we did add slide 7. There's some other slides also change. One would be slide 17, the general fund budget for fiscal year 21. We did revise that slide to remove the overtime offset for the medical response unit. We do have an additional packet here with us if you'd like one. It was my understanding that you didn't want or need any additional packets.
No, but it would have been nice to know that there's been slides added, so I could have at least just printed out those pages. I was just confused because I didn't have that slide, but I have notes in here that I want to use, so thank you.
Mayor, if I could, sorry. The slide that is attached to the item was updated, so if you have electronic access, you'd be able to see the changes there.
Okay, and Mayor, if I could, just to clarify, what I asked was if there's any changes to have them emailed to me. I didn't say that I didn't want them, I just asked them to have them emailed to me rather than sitting here, so thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, as far as the budget development for fiscal year 21, we did start with a base budget for fiscal year 20. We added some required increases. An example of that is any increases for the police and fire MOU, and we've also added funding for known contractual obligations. Along with the base budget, we also added the market adjustments for salaries from the compensation study of all positions that we recently had. The process for the comp and class is the same methodology as we had in fiscal year 2016 and 2018. During the study, it was found that 170 jobs were below market, and that affected about 450 employees. The adjustments were capped within a new range, and within the base budget, we also added placeholders for critical positions, cost of living increases, and performance pay. I will turn it over to Ms. Rios to go through the impact of the compensation changes related to compensation and classification study.
Thank you, Ms. Camacho. So as Lisette said, there was a compensation and classification study that was done, and so we took a look at that information. There were a lot of jobs that were impacted where the ranges changed, and so we moved people who were impacted into a relatively the same position in the new range. So if the range moved and the person, you know, market for their job moved, we moved the people within the range. However, as she said, we assumed that we would cap it. So we moved them into the range, but we capped it at the 80th percentile of the range. The result of that, and then we compared that to what they would have received had they received a 2.25% increase, because 2.25 is what we're proposing to give to any employee who was not impacted by the compensation and classification. So we took the higher of where they would be in the new range for their job and the 2.25, and we gave them whichever one, you know, employee by employee, we compared those and gave the employee whichever was higher. However, within that 2.25, as a result of some discussions that we've had over the past couple years, we split that between a cost of living increase and performance pay. So the idea is that employees would get 1.5% in the form of a cost of living increase if they did not receive the market adjustment, or if the market adjustment was lower than that 2.25, and that the other piece of that would be 0.75 for performance pay. So only those employees who are meeting or exceeding in terms of performance would receive the performance pay aspect of this. The other thing is that those increases for cost of living and performance, we put them in here in what we're calling placeholders. Again, the idea here is that we would not implement these right away, not starting July 1, because of the economic conditions and the unknowns that we're facing. Until we have better information, we'd put those on hold. They're in the budget because if you want to implement them, we have to have a budget for them. But they would just be sitting there as placeholders until we see if the economy starts to recover. If it doesn't, we would just not do the cost of living or performance pay aspects.
Mayor, can I ask a question? Thank you. This is on the supplemental request by fund not recommended, and I had it highlighted because I did have a question. Under human resources, the employee performance evaluation software is not being recommended. Is that going to be, because we've never done performance pay, so is that connected in any way to the performance pay, or how is not going forward with this software going to affect me? Because how are we rolling out this performance-based pay?
Mayor, members of the council, that was a supplemental to add a piece of software that would make the process for giving employees their performance and electronic. Right now, we do it as a paper process. We can still implement the performance pay without going to a paperless performance review process. Also, the Simplicity system has a paperless employee performance process, so we're still looking at whether or not we can use that. So we thought it best not to implement a different new software until we can evaluate, can we perhaps use Simplicity? We just went through an upgrade of that system. So we believe between reevaluating the use of Simplicity and or looking at a system the following year, we will come back to council about which way we're going to go on implementing a new software, but we can still do the performance pay without that piece of software.
Mayor, if I could ask a follow-up, thank you. So are we rolling out basically a citywide standard for performance, or how are we going to, because we've never talked about how this was going to be implemented, so I'm just curious, is it a standard rating system citywide, or how is this performance pay going to be rolled out?
I'm going to defer that question to Mr. Jim Brown, our Human Resources Director.
Thank you, Vicki and Mayor, Councilmember Tommelchoff. We've got an existing performance management process in place. It currently does rate employees on whether they meet, exceed, or do not meet in their performance standards that are set for them throughout the course of the year. So that's been in place, and actually, it's been years back since prior to the downturn back in 08, 09. But at that point, we did have the pay for performance, and we had the system in place. We're continuing to use that. We're continuing to conduct performance reviews. We just hadn't linked it to performance pay until now.
Okay, because we've been asking for performance-based pay for the last several years, and we're told we didn't have any mechanism to be able to do that, so that's interesting to find out. Thank you.
Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor.
Hold on.
I had a similar question. I had a conversation with the city manager a couple of weeks ago regarding this item. I too am concerned that we're rolling out a performance plan, and I'm not sure, and my conversation with the city manager was, I'm not sure that the entire organization is even aware that we're doing that, and that your positive behavior and contributions will be incentivized by payroll. I too am with the council member here that I thought we were going to do a full implementation after it's rolled through the council. And then lastly, folks, we're only talking a 0.75% incentive for our employees for good behavior, for positive behavior, for great contributions. That's not a lot. So if we want to curb more positive for our employees, we need to budget in more than 0.75. However, I'm going to go back to the council member's comments. I did have that conversation with Kevin, and so I'd like to know what communication did all of our staff have that this is being rolled out?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, that the performance management process is part of, it's in our HR policy. It's part of our, it's part of the things that we do each and every year within the organization. Again, to your point, it has not been linked to the pay piece of it for several years. But this is the year that we wanted to connect that. So we have had discussions with directors on that in terms of connecting the performance to the pay. And again, you know, that's, should the council approve this, this is something that, you know, while it wouldn't be implemented until later in the fiscal year in terms of whether we can do it or not from a financial standpoint, we would go back to those performance reviews and use those as the indicator for the increase for that 0.75% that you're talking about.
Mayor, if I may, my last comment is that just to the council to consider we're incentivizing our staff at 0.75%. There's not much motivation there. While I believe every one of our staff will do very, very well and represent this organization with the salary they're at now, but if we really, truly want to incentivize them and give them motivation, 0.75 isn't enough. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Turner.
Thank you, Mayor. I too recall the council members have asked for a pay for performance option, and I thought, I brought it up pretty strongly about a year ago. I thought that we were going to see some action on that, perhaps have a workshop. Now, if there's only one way to do pay for performance, then perhaps we don't need to discuss it, but I'm pretty sure that there's more than one way to do performance pay, and therefore it becomes a policy issue of whether we want to do it at all and how we want to do it, and that should be coming to the council. And it's been a year now, after the 3 years prior to that we've been asking for it, and we still haven't had a presentation on what is pay for performance. Here are some of the various ways it's been done. Does anybody have any new ideas on how we could do it in Glendale? Does the council want to move forward? Which way do they want to do it? How much performance do they want to have? So here we are today being presented with the idea of, well, we'll have part of this pay raise that is programmed will be every employee will get, and then the other part, the pay for performance part, will only go to those employees who meet or exceed their expectations. But I raised this question with the city manager last week, and in the 2018-19 performance year, 99.4% of our employees either met or exceeded expectations. So where's the pay for performance? All we've done is taken what we've looked at in previous years is here's what we are going to give employees raises, and then we've split it into two pieces and artificially calling the second piece pay for performance, because virtually all of them are going to get it. And I'm not sure how that actually incentivizes or rewards good performance. So I just don't, it feels a little bit like our requests aren't being met and things aren't being presented as clearly perhaps as they could be. So I look at this more as another year in which we are going to look at raises for employees that are in the same range as what we've been doing before, which is good. I understand, you know, with the financial cloud we're looking at right now, the uncertainty, that we want to be cautious about that. But if even we look at the portion of it that's the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, which is the 1.5%, so employees who just got their comp and classification study done come July 1 under this proposal will be brought up to where they should be based on the market and the job they do. And that will, in essence, give them their COLA raise. They'll be current. But current employees who haven't had a COLA adjustment will, and if we delay it for 6 months, will be behind those employees for 6 months. And then we give them the 1.5%, and unless we give them makeup for the 6 months they're behind, they'll still be behind the employees who just got their salaries adjusted to become current under the comp and class study. So I think we need to give this more look. The cost of providing the 1.5% COLA adjustment for all our employees starting in July through January, not delaying that for the first 6 months, is, according to the city manager, if I'm understanding this, $368,000, almost $369,000. Bring our employees that are behind on cost of living up current on cost of living. So I think that's, I mean, every council member needs to figure out if they think that's a manageable number or not, or maybe we direct staff to go back and help us determine how that could be managed if we want to give at least the COLA portion of this to all employees starting July 1, so they're all on even footing. At least that's the way I see it. Thank you.
Councilmember Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple of questions, and then I'll make some comments. The market adjustments, will they be immediately implemented as of July 1, or are they too delayed, as is the COLA and performance?
Mayor, members of the council, under this proposal, those market adjustments would be made July 1.
Okay. Secondly, with the increase in salary, excuse me, does that include benefits as well in those numbers that we're seeing?
Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. This is the cost, including benefits and retirement.
Okay. Lastly, this whole issue of pay for performance. I've been down this road before, and a council that I was on discontinued pay for performance because there is one issue that many people don't think about or should be thinking about, and that is it is a subjective rating system, because the department head rates all of the employees within that department in terms of performance. And that's great if they get along. What if they don't get along? There's a subjective bias in there. And that was always a concern of a previous council, and that's why after a while we stopped using pay for performance. So that is something that I would ask my fellow council members to think about. As for implementing this immediately, I do not support that. I am very concerned about our budget, and I'll be talking about that further, because we don't know how long COVID is going to impact our fortunes and our finances. And until we get a much better handle on how much revenue we are losing. I want to go back to bare bones because I went through the 2009 recession and it wasn't pretty. And I guess that taught me a lesson. So at this point, I fully support waiting on implementing the cost of living and the performance for 6 months or whatever staff deems is necessary until we are more assured about our financial situation. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Yeah, hold on a second. Mr. Milner?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm very much in favor of a performance-based salary increases. I know we need to start somewhere, and I know this isn't a perfect system, but I'm very pleased to see that we're now discussing it and that we're now moving forward with it. I don't know that we have all the answers of where we should go or how it should be done, but we need to start somewhere. And I agree with Councilmember Clark that I don't think we should jump into these increases until we know where our budget is. We don't know. We really don't know for sure. I believe that the city manager has indicated that it looks like our budget is going to be okay. But until we get those numbers rolling in over the next month or so, we really won't know what's going to happen. And so I think we need to be cautious and give when we know we have it. And I would hate to see us take away once we give it. And that's my concern, and I agree with Councilmember Clark on that matter. But otherwise, I'm pleased that we're moving forward with this process of pay performance. I think it's a good idea to move forward. I know there's been discussion of maybe making it a little bit larger. I don't know that we can do that, but I know that's a discussion that we need to have as a council to further discuss how we want this to implement. Another reason for not saying we're going to do it immediately in July 1st, but rather have some more discussion about it and then move forward on how we want it. Thank you.
Councilmember Tomachov?
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that, but I did want to ask, what other funds, you show general fund and then you show other funds. What are the other funds that would be funding this? Because it's a little less than half of it coming from other funds.
Mayor, members of the council, those are just all of the other funds. So the enterprise funds, anyone in a special revenue fund, any personnel anywhere that are not part of the general fund, it's basically every other fund that is not the general fund. However, I did want to say this is just the people that were not represented by one of the MOUs. So it doesn't include the sworn police officers and firefighters.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If I could continue. I just want to clarify that what Councilmember Clark is proposing is to go ahead with the market adjustment or to postpone all of it until we have a better idea about the budget.
Are you asking me?
If I'm allowed to, or through the chair.
Councilmember Clark?
I would prefer that we hold off on everything, but staff indicated that they're moving ahead with the market adjustment on July 1st. But again, that's a big number. If you look just at the general fund number, it's equal to the COLA, almost 702 versus 737. Together, that's 1.4 million. Then you add in the performance, and it's another 368. So we're talking somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.7, 1.8 million, almost $2 million. That's a lot of change. And I think, given the current economic conditions, that we should wait on all of these until we get better numbers that reflect. I'm most interested in seeing the numbers for April, because by then, COVID had really taken hold and everything was closed. And that will give us a very good idea of the bottom of the barrel and give us a better idea of which way we should be going and what we should be doing. But yet, I know we have to go ahead and develop a budget. We have to pass it by the end of June, and we're already in May. So I I personally favor making the appropriations, but not spending any of it right now.
Mayor, if I could continue.
Yeah,
My opinion is that
hold
if
on.
we're going,
Hold on one second, there was to
That's
that
fine,
point.
that's fine.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
well, I agree with Councilmember Clark. I feel like it would not be fair to go ahead and do basically COLA adjustments for some employees and not all employees. So, I mean, just to plant that seed, though, that that's just my opinion. I don't feel like it would be fair to make adjustments for some and not all, because market adjustments are based on, other positions. I think we'd be setting ourselves up for probably some real problems with morale and things like that also. The other thing I wanted to ask was, we have a hiring freeze, we have vacant positions. I'd like to know if there's, what the dollar amount of that is, because we've got positions in the budget, and we've got positions that were in last year's budget that we did not fill. So I'd like to know how much that is, and if we have salary savings that we could put towards this, because the hiring freeze, we don't know how long that's going to last, but even if we knew on a monthly basis how much we're saving by not filling positions, I don't know how quickly we could figure that out, but maybe in time for us to meet again and see whether we could allocate that money for this and then offset some of this cost if we wanted to go ahead with some of this.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
That's wonderful, but rather than spend the money, if there are salary savings, I think we should be banking it right now. I don't think we should say, oh, I found another dollar over here, I'll use it for this. I think right now, if there are salary savings, we ought to be putting that money away in a piggy bank. Thank you,
Mayor,
Mayor.
members of the council, if I could answer that question. So we did do an estimate, and again, it's just a preliminary estimate of the salary savings over since the time that the hiring freeze was put in place. And for this year, it's close to $1 million. That doesn't include temporary. That's for hiring freeze on all of the vacant positions. So we do have an estimate of that, and it's roughly $1 million, and that's for about a quarter of the year. So,
Mayor?
Go ahead.
So let's maybe help answer a couple of the questions that were framed. First, with regards to, is it unfair to implement the comp and class study, when you're not going to maybe necessarily be implementing a COLA or performance pay? And I think the way we analyze this is that for those employees that would be subject to a comp and class study, they've been working below market, where everybody else in the market is at market. And so a lot of it's a fairness issue, that rather than to take a certain amount of our employees and say, well, we're just going to freeze everybody. Well, if your person working next to you is at market and you're below market, the freeze affects me differently than the person. So we thought the comp and class study is an equity issue to get everybody within the organization up to market. And then the COLA and the performance pay would be something we could take a look at after we've got a quarter or two of revenue under our belt, and then the council could decide how they want to implement it. So that's why we said implement the comp and class, because technically they're not at market. We're asking them to perform services at a below market rate. With regards to the performance pay, we see this as really a first step to developing and continuing to develop a performance plan that has the right kind of outcomes. So what studies will show is that you have to be very careful how you coordinate and do your performance plan. And I think our HR director would admit, we're not sure yet whether the outcomes of how we do performance reviews are achieving where we want to go. But this is something we can come back and we can certainly work with the council and evolve it. We need to involve our employees in terms of how we modify our performance plan and how we communicate it to them. And it's something we can certainly come back later this fall and have a more in-depth discussion at a workshop in terms of how we're envisioning the performance plan to be implemented, and then receive feedback from the council. So we'll be first, this is really a first step. in really getting the culture in the organization of saying, we're going to compensate those employees with performance pay for those who, exceed expectations or meet or exceed. And again, that depends on how the program is set up.
Mayor? Mayor? I have another question, curious question. Okay, so I could be an employee, and as of July 1, I could get a market adjustment. Then, say 6 months down the road, at winter time, every employee gets a COLA. So do I get a COLA too? And now it's based upon my increase in salary because of the market adjustment? And how is that fair to everybody in the organization?
Mayor, members of the council, the way that we analyze this and develop these numbers and these amounts is we pick the larger of the two. So if you were, and I'm just making up a number just to give the example, but if due to the market adjustment you were going to receive a $5,000 raise, and due to the cost of living, we assume cost of living and performance pay, you would have received $4,000, then the employee would get the $5,000 and not the $4,000.
Okay.
But if the employee was the opposite and they were going to get only $3,000 on the market adjustment and the 2.25, that's correct, was more, then they would be receiving that number, the larger number.
Mayor, follow up. Okay, using your example of 5,000, 4,000, whatever. Okay, so I get a market adjustment of $4,000. And then when the COLA comes and it's 6,000, do I get just an additional 1,000 to my 5,000 that I already see for the market adjustment?
Mayor, members of the council, no, you get one or the other, you don't get both.
Okay. We'll talk about that one later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to reiterate that while I agree with plenty that the city manager said in his just previous remarks, when it comes down to, I don't think, and I agree, we don't want to have a built-in disparity between our employees. So that's why we do these comp and class studies, is to make sure our employees are working at market. They're not being paid under market. So it's right to bring these employees that qualify for that up to where they should be come July 1. But inherent in that is that if we don't bring our other employees, if we don't give them a cost of living raise, this what is shown as this 1.5%, then the ones who just got their class and comp raises will be 1.5 ahead of everybody else. And then if we wait till January to look at this and we decide, okay, we're going to do the 1.5%, and we start it in January, then all of those employees that were 1.5% below for the last 6 months will lose that. So it's, to make it fair, in January, we'd have to decide we're going to do 3% going forward for the second half of the year to make up for the 1.5% we didn't do the first half of the year. I look at this and I'm tight with money too, folks, but I also know that our employees are our most valuable asset, and I think that us being fair to employees, at least our employees feeling like they were treated fairly, is extremely important and valuable to our organization. So if we're bringing some of them up to par, we should bring the rest of them up to par, and it looks like we can do it for that, if out of the general fund, which is where the money's the tightest and what we're worried about, is it can be done for that $737,442, if I'm reading that chart up there right. And then if in 6 months we want to look at what can we do for the second half of the year, well, then that's a different question, but it's not based on a unlevel playing field or a built-in unfairness to the employees. At least everybody's being treated the same. And then if we have to, as Councilmember Malnar is concerned, if we have to roll things back, we roll them back across the board, and that way everybody's still treated fairly. That's
Mayor?
my look.
Mayor? I appreciate Councilmember Turner's remarks, but I would, if we don't study history, we're doomed to repeat it. And I'm sure there are a lot of employees that remember that when we went through the recession, there was no discussion of when we were going to give COLAs. There was discussion about furloughs. And many employees were furloughed. We also terminated people. It was a very bad time. And now we're fighting about when they get the COLAs. It's an insane discussion. At this point, we need to hold our fire. We need to wait. We need to see what the numbers come in at. And then we can make a determination. I am more than happy to appropriate. I am not happy about spending right now. Thank you.
Mayor, just a quick question on the salary savings, especially now, and under this hiring freeze. Do we have a policy in place? Because if we're not going to spend it on this, then we shouldn't spend it on anything. So,
Mayor?
I'm trying to see if there's a response.
Mayor, members of council, I'm not sure I understand the question fully, but the salary savings would just go, would be unspent and would be reflected then at the end of the year in our fund balances for those departments. So it'd be if in the case of a general fund position that we didn't fund, let's say it's $1 million of savings, that $1 million would be reflected on our end-year totals.
okay, Mayor, if I could, my question though is because I know salary savings does get spent by usually the department where it's budgeted. So my question is there going to be a policy now that salary savings does not get spent and is returned to the general fund? Because my point is, if we're going to have $1 million, we're going to have enough money, we already have enough money in salary savings to cover this, to do this for our employees. So my point is, if we're not going to spend it on this, then we shouldn't spend it on anything. And then are we going to have a policy, or do we have a policy that salary savings does not get spent by the department, it gets returned to the general fund? Thank you.
Mayor, I would support that.
As would I.
Mayor, members of the council, so if a department wants to use their salary savings, it would be a budget transfer. It is something that we can monitor in budget and finance, and we do monitor those types of transfers. With the hiring freeze and with everything going on right now, the department would make a request, and we could do a review process to where we can approve it or not, or have a process in place to where those transfers don't occur at all.
Mayor, I agree with Councilmember Tolenchoff. And I'm sorry, I don't want it at your discretion and you're approving transfers. I want a flat-out policy that says salary savings do not get spent by anyone but go into the unappropriated contingency right now. And I don't know if there's support for that, but I think that's what we need to be doing. I love you all dearly, but I don't want to give you discretion for transfers.
Mr. Phelps?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council. So we can certainly set a process up to bring budget transfers to the council. To flat out say you don't want it could have some negative consequences. There are times, for example, that there's an emergency within a department. So let's say we lose a major piece of equipment or a piece of IT that we didn't have it in our budget. Then if they have salary savings, what they'll often do is make a request to the budget department to use salary savings in this area. We can bring that back. Otherwise, you could say, well, no, you have to operate without an engine, for example. We wouldn't want that. We'd want to make sure we have a continuity of services. So we can talk, between now and there in terms of developing that policy. But what I would recommend is we can certainly bring budget transfers to the council, explain what the rationale is, and the council can say, yes or no to that transfer. But to say just don't bring anything forward, I think you'll find that that's going to be a very difficult process to manage by your budget team.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. While I appreciate the reasoning, I still don't agree with the concept. If it were something major, that's what our unappropriated contingency is for. And a request would be made of council to spend a certain amount of unappropriated contingency to cover that emergency situation. Again, I think a flat-out broad policy of all salary savings go into unappropriated contingency is where I would like to go. If there's an emergency, the department is going to bring it to the city manager. If it's under 55,000, the city manager has the discretion to go ahead and authorize the purchase. If it's over 55,000, we should be hearing about it anyhow. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor? I am
You
smiling.
leaned
at you,
into
but-
it there.
I could support some of what Councilmember Clark is mentioning. I think it's a slippery slope when we have vacancy savings and departments can spend them. So I'd like to either try to implement something today or have a robust conversation about moving forward on such policy.
Mayor, I support Councilmember Clark's idea of transferring it to unappropriated contingency. I think that's a good place for it. And I think, you know, especially under these circumstances, that we should be watching, and we should have a substantial amount of salary savings coming up. And I would hate to see that, I don't want to use the word squandered, but there should be full transparency and discussion on how that money gets spent. So this would ensure that. Thank you.
I'm not sure that we really come to a resolution on what originally started off as far as bringing the people up to class of pay. That's never been decided, correct?
Mayor, members of the council, not that I'm aware of. I mean, this is the city manager's proposed budget. There's been a lot of discussion, but
It seems like we're just kind of bouncing all over the place right now.
Correct.
So I guess my opinion, if somebody is working and they're doing a job that should be paying more, I think we should be paying them for what they're doing. Although I'm not overexcited about giving people raises across the board for performance pay today, although I do think we need to bring everybody up to an even class and then sort of see where our budget is, where our money's coming in, and then figure out whether we can afford to give raises at a later date. So I don't know if that's something we'd need to have appropriated money set aside in case we can give raises later, but at least bring everybody up to the class of pay that they should be getting.
Mayor, that is what you described as what's being proposed here, that you would bring the people that had a market adjustment up because they're effectively being underpaid for the work that they're doing, and that you would hold off on the cost of living and performance pay until we decide, until we see where the budget is going and where the recovery is.
Okay,
I
well, I
believe
know
what
there
you
was other
described is-
discussion about not doing that. I'm just saying that's where I would be is,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, that is
Uh,
what's proposed.
Mayor?
Yeah, I would agree with the mayor on that, that having the market adjustments done now and then holding off on the cost of living, though appropriating for them in the budget, as Councilmember Clark mentioned. On the issue regarding the salary savings, I believe this council could easily have a say-so in where that goes. And to flat out say, no, I don't think fiscal policy, that is the best fiscal policy, because there's always emergencies. I'd rather see it come back to the council and basically get our approval if we want to use some of those savings for whatever purpose that is brought forward. We still have a say-so in it. So putting in a policy that says, you shall not spend it, but the city manager has the ability to bring it back to the council to get our approval to say we can spend it. And if this council just says no, then we don't. But it gives us a little bit more leeway, I think, in our budgeting process. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think the whole council is leaning towards the market adjustment. I think that's fine. And with the placeholders, how we have them, I'm in favor of that. I know most council members, and I'm one of them, is very cautious what the economy is going to do and how our revenues are coming in. I'm unclear, we're talking about money savings and the manager able to spend it for an emergency and that account coming back to us. If that's what he does, that's fine also. I don't have a problem with the manager coming back saying, here's an emergency, I make a request to spend the money. I think that's fine.
Finished? Thank you. Do we need a consensus on this today? Because I'm not really sure I'm ready to make up my mind about this at the moment. And also, I think that's what we were talking about, Councilmember Melner, was putting the money in an unappropriated contingency that would have it to have to come back to council for transparency, to present the idea, whatever the emergency is, not just to let council decide, but to be transparent about where the money's going. Because I honestly don't, one of the questions I had on here for today was, I'm not even sure we have any policy on what happens with salary savings. I think that it just gets used however it gets used. If the money's in the budget for a department, they can use it for, and especially now that we have a hiring freeze, I was curious to know how we were going to proceed with that. So, because for the foreseeable future, we're not hiring anybody. We've got lots of positions funded in here that there's no paychecks being issued for. So, but I would like to know when do you need to have a consensus? Because myself anyway, I'm not ready to make up my mind about this.
Mayor, members of the council, my answer to when do you need a consensus is prior to adoption of the tentative budget. And a little bit prior to that, because we need to be able to put the budget together and put the items in. And so, you have some time. We have another council meeting, budget workshop on the 19th. And we do have some time. We're tentatively scheduled to do the tentative budget on May the 26th. And so we need a little bit of time before that to get everything posted and published and meet all of the state requirements. But it doesn't have to be decided today.
Yeah, could I remind everybody, and I'll get to you in a second, but again, we're doing next year's budget, not the remaining 3 months of this budget. So. Right. And it is a little confusing because we're having trying times right now. And so we're all sort of thinking today, but again, we're talking next year. So just kind of keep that in mind when we're doing these. Phelps?
Mayor, members of the council, as Vicki said, we can certainly delay decisions, but the sooner the big decisions are made, I think it becomes easier, for you to kind of decide where you want to go. I guess what I've heard in the discussion are really about 3 different areas where there may be differing opinion, and maybe you shrink it down to those. I think the first is there consensus to go ahead and implement the recommendations of the comp and class study effective July 1st? And I think there's 3 options. You could say, yes, we want to go ahead and assume in the budget that you will do that. B, there was discussion about maybe delaying that until maybe the start of the 3rd quarter, or you could also say we don't think this is the era and timing to do a comp and class study at all. So I would say to see if there's consensus around either of those 3 options. The next we heard then was on the COLA, and what we've heard is that our recommended was to put a placeholder for the 1.5% for the entire budget year, but not begin it until after the council has weighed in, probably right after in early January. But I've also heard somebody say, let's go ahead and do the first 6 months of COLA and go ahead and do that at budget adoption. So I think that could be a second policy discussion. And then the third is around the performance pay. And again, we could, in theory, our recommendation is to wait and implement that with council approval starting in January. Or you could change the amount. I've heard somebody say that's not enough money to have for performance pay. Or you could say we don't want to have performance pay at all. But that's really kind of the 3 elements, is really the comp and class study. What do you want to do with it? What do you want to do regards a COLA? and what do you want to do regarding a performance pay? And if there is a consensus, I think those would be good today. But again, speaking to Councilmember Tomachoff's question, we could certainly delay it. But on those big budget items, it really makes a little bit, the deeper you get into your budget process, it means you have to make more substantive cuts or have other opportunities that might be better addressed today or earlier on these big items.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. On the first one, is there any idea what it would take us to get us up to where everybody is getting paid for what they do? Is there a rough estimate on that?
Mayor, members of the council, that's the first number there. So it's 1.3 million citywide. In the general fund, it's 702,000, and in all the other funds that are not the general fund, it's about 626,000.
Okay. And that's screen's so far away, it's really hard to see here. I personally would be in favor of us doing that, because I think we owe that to our employees that have been working underfunded for a long time. The one thing that's going to happen is when this economy opens back up, if we're not paying our employees what they should be getting paid, they're just going to go to our neighbors and get paid more. We don't want to do that, and we certainly don't want to have to turn around and retrain them and pay them a higher fee as we're retraining them. I would support that. I don't know about the rest of the council. Immediately, as far as the other two, I wouldn't mind putting those off and maybe 6 months to figure out whether the COLA after 6 months would be where we could afford to do it, because if this COVID-19 thing comes back again next year, we may be in a whole different situation. But I wouldn't mind doing the first to get everybody where they're supposed to be, and then sort of, without being able to predict the future, see how things go and figure out whether we can do the second, and then potentially moving on to the third for a normal. Makes any sense?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with what our city manager mentioned, that I think we need to come to some consensus on these are major issues that I think we should be able to come to consensus on today, whatever that is. And I would support the market adjustment starting on July 1st. I would recommend that we do the cost of living budgeted in. And if we don't pay that until January, I wouldn't have any problem doing a retro pay as of July 1st, so that those people are compensated for that full 1.5% since beginning in July. But if we determine there isn't enough money to do that, then we can make that decision at that time. So we're basically saying, moving forward with that proposal, as though we don't have these issues with our economy. But if we discover we do have issues with our revenues, then we have the option come January 1st to adjust that cost of living to what we can afford. But otherwise, everyone would be compensated to their full level, as though this economy situation hadn't happened. And the same thing with the performance. I believe I'm in agreement to move forward on the performance pay. Again, I would like us as a council to make decisions on these items today. And regarding the savings of the salary, I think, again, that's something we could decide today too, and say that the salaries that aren't being used today, that they should be put into a contingency. But if we feel as a city that we need to use some of those funds, that it comes back to council for approval to do that. And that would be my proposal, or, I would like to see us move forward on and creating a consensus on each of those items as how we want to move forward today, so that we can move this budget process forward. We're running out of time, folks, and we need to, in my opinion, we need to move forward quickly in some of these decisions, and then see where we end up. Thank you.
Mayor? Thank you. I would support what you suggested and said. I support the market adjustment commencing on July 1. Cost of living and performance, at least a 6-month delay until we see if we can actually afford to do so. But I would also recommend that we have a workshop in the fall on performance and how it is established, what the guidelines are for that, to try to make it as least subjective, and that's a big task, to make it as least subjective as possible so that it is a fair and just performance review. With regard to the salary savings, basically, from what I understood from Councilmember Vice Mayor Malnar, put it in an unappropriated contingency. If there's an emergency, the city manager will come forward if it's over $55,000 and present it to council and ask for approval for that expenditure. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm ready to move forward also. It's the same comments I had before. It's do the market adjustments and be very cautious on the cost of living performance. Will come later, but let's prepare for it. Prepare for the positive, and it will go through. We'll find out.
Yeah, I'm okay going forward. The one I'm really concerned about, and it sounds like it's pulled out, is the performance pay. So we can come back to a workshop, then I'm comfortable moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I support the market adjustment being effective July 1. I think we should also make the cost of living, what we're calling cost of living, the 1.5%, effective at that date. I think what we're calling performance, the 0.75, and when 99.4% of the employees get it, I don't understand how it's a performance reward or incentive. So that's why I say we're calling it performance. I would rather we budget that money, but we look at it from the point of view that between now and January, we have some presentation on what can performance pay programs look like, and we start looking at how we want to do it here in Glendale. And it may be, and I would suggest we seriously look at rewarding employees who come forward with ideas that save the city money and having them enabled to get a percentage of that savings up to a certain threshold, okay? That, to me, is incentivizing performance, and it's cost-effective as well. And then the other issue that Councilmember Tomachoff raised regarding the salary savings, manager had an example of, well, if a piece of equipment breaks down in a department, if they have salary savings available, they can use that to fix it. Well, sure, but if they don't have salary savings available, they still have to fix it. They still need that crucial piece of equipment. So there is some path for that to be accomplished. So we don't really need the salary savings as a slush fund or a whatever, a fallback, a third purse. So I believe we should take salary savings, put it back to, I've heard unappropriated contingency. I'm not sure that that's a category we have, but salary savings should go back to the fund from which it came. And it should be treated like a contingency. And if we're going to make transfers out of contingency, the council should be authorizing those transfers. So, and we can act quickly if we need to. And the fact that there's salary savings in some departments but not others even speaks more as to why that should go back to the fund from which it came. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Councilmember Turner mentioned the performance pay, and I hope that it moves forward to a workshop, but city manager, was it your intent that we would budget today the $368,721 as Councilmember Turner suggested, and then decide whether or not the performance is going to remain at 0.75 or more, and then if we implement in January, we use those funds are already there, and if we need more, we may have to do a mid-year increase?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, that's what our proposed budget, that's exactly how we laid it out, that we would have basically a set aside, an allocation for the $368,000 for performance pay. We'd have the cost of living of $737,000. We would not give those to the employees until our recommendation is probably closer to the start of the third quarter. Come back to the council and get authorization, and it can be a variety of different options you would have. Meanwhile, we'll go to work on scheduling a workshop with the council regarding performance pay. What I probably failed to say earlier is that we've actually been working very hard with our employees on setting up the foundation for our performance pay. We've had over 100 employees at almost every level and department of the city that have been working on which is one of the base level elements is creating the success factors. So we want the employees to understand what does success look like in their particular job or with their particular team or department. And so then once you know what success looks like, then you can start aligning your performance evaluations to how much they helped accomplish that departmental or individual goal. So we've had over 100 employees. We unfortunately had to kind of come to a halt once March got here, but this has been an effort that's been ongoing since late last year of engaging our employees. And it's just one of the steps that we take in terms of really building a performance pay plan. Councilmember Turner mentioned, the idea about that you could also provide an incentive or performance pay for people who come up with innovative ideas that would either make the organization more efficient or more effective or just save money, which I think is also an excellent idea. And we've been discussing internally that the performance pay doesn't have to be strictly whether or not you meet expectations or not, but there could be a portion of an allocation every year for performance pay based around innovation, and that innovation being primarily around the 3 E's of performance auditing, economy, efficiency, and effectiveness. So we're looking at that as well. So I think coming back later this fall with a workshop and to kind of share the ideas that we're hearing both from our employees and from our HR department, and then receiving input from the council would be very valuable.
Mayor? Thank you for that. So then begs the question, do we need to have consensus today to increase that 0.75 as the incentive when we implement full implementation of the performance pay? Or do we do it during the workshop in which it comes back? But then if we were to agree for an increase, we'd have to do a mid-year increase, and I know that we can. So which would be the most, what would be the best way to do that, today or fall?
Mayor, members of the council, it's just sort of as you described. If we leave it at 0.75, then that's what's budgeted. And if for some reason council wants to make it a higher dollar amount, it doesn't necessarily have to be the percentage, but if you wanted to make it a higher dollar amount, in this case, citywide, $646,000, then we would have to find budget for that somewhere. You could find it in salary savings, as we've discussed. You could find it in contingency, but you would have to find a budget for it. If you want to increase it now, you can do that, and then we would have to increase the budget for that amount.
Then I would ask the council Mayor, I'd ask for consensus if we should have that discussion during the fall workshop, or does it make sense to increase it now? I'd like to hear from the council their thoughts.
Mayor?
Well, yeah, let me go ahead and address that and then something else. I'm not comfortable adding any more to what they have today because we don't know what the future's bringing. Although I think every one of us in here would like to see an opportunity for larger money, and I think we can do that. I couldn't support raising that amount today, but I could support maybe mid-year coming back, looking at it, and then seeing if we can pull some funds from some other areas to build that up if the economy is strong and things are going along. But I'm going to remiss and go back a little bit further. Councilmember Turner had brought up the idea of somebody has a good idea, we should reward them for that. I actually had brought that idea up twice with the former city manager, and both times had my door slammed in my face when I brought that up, saying that she wouldn't pay anybody to come up with a good idea, that was their job, they should do it. I disagree with that immensely, but I would encourage that we do that, but I would, to do it fairly, I think that the employee would need to write probably 3 letters of their idea, 1 give to their supervisor. I think they should probably give 1 to the city manager, and I think they should probably give 1 to me. That way that employee is protected from somebody else taking their idea. If they turn that letter in saying, this is my idea, there's proof 3 different ways that that it was their idea. But I can't think of anything, if somebody's innovative, they can come up with a way to do it better, cheaper, faster, more reliable, I think they should be rewarded for that. It saves us money in the long run and potentially could make a huge difference, within our budget. So I wouldn't support personally myself raising that funds today, but I certainly would like to have the opportunity to look at that. For next
Yes, I would support the idea of doing, and then having a discussion this fall, and then discussing based on our budget where the economy is. Perhaps raising that, and having that discussion later on rather than today.
Thank you, Mayor. I had something on my list that I forgot to ask is the mayor and council staff, on the summary, it does not show any placeholder for salary increases for mayor staff or council staff. Are they excluded from salary increases? On the summary, you go through every other page, city clerk's got a placeholder, city courts, everybody's got a placeholder for salary increases except for mayor staff and council staff.
Mayor, members of the council, the council staff are included in the comp and class study and also for the cost of living and performance pay adjustments. So it's the entire population for city employees.
Okay, so, but there's no placeholder, the materials I've been given show no placeholder in the budget for them.
Mayor, members of the council, as far as the variance report and the summary report, what we tried to do is explain the larger variances for each department and each division. If there were a significant change in their budget, then we did highlight the significant changes. We didn't go through smaller dollar amounts or smaller percent change. So that's the reason why it's not in those summary reports. There were also some budget changes within the council office. So you can see that we moved budget from council office admin to the various districts, and it kind of gets lost in those large dollar amounts, but it is there.
Mayor.
Councilmember Townshend, were you finished?
Yeah, is there the mayor's idea or the idea of rewarding ideas or cost savings, is there a placeholder in the budget for that, to implement that, or that's just an idea?
Mayor, members of the council, there's not a placeholder for that. I think what we're talking about is you could use part of this performance pay in that manner. It's a way of implementing this performance pay.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted, or you could, again, if that's something you wanted to do over and above this performance pay, that's something that as we discuss it and as it comes forward, we would have to find an additional appropriation for that.
Okay, and just, I guess the idea of how this is going to get used is going to be a discussion that we have later, so I'm willing to move on. I do like the idea of protecting somebody's idea, but I don't think it should be on the non-HR side of the house. I think maybe it should go to the city manager, maybe HR or something, just to save the trouble of the mayor's office having to get involved in something that's might end up being an HR issue. I think probably might be a little bit dangerous. But I do agree with you that the idea should be shared, not just with within the department, with somebody else to protect the employee who has the idea.
Thank you, Mayor. I would ask, please, for the sake of consistency, do not make decisions about where you need to put a placeholder for cost of living benefits so that it's reflected in some departments because they have larger numbers, and other departments it's not reflected because they have smaller numbers. If you're going to do it, I would ask that you do consistently throughout every department within the organization, because it is confusing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have seen, excuse me, Councilmember Tomachoff's question with regard to the idea of coming up with new ideas. I bet everyone on council has had that same thought over the years. I know I brought it up many years ago as well. Excuse me. And like the mayor, the idea was discounted. I think that's part of our discussion in the fall on performance. It may be that that's a better path to take than issuing some kind of pay for performance scheme that may or may not work. So I would expect that to be part of the discussion at our workshop in the fall.
Thank you, Mayor. In response to Councilmember Aldama's request for ideas about the performance piece of this, and I agree with him that 0.75% is not much of an incentive, and if we're giving it to virtually every employee, it's not really pay for performance. But conversely, if we're only giving it to half the employees, the half of the employees that are above the midline in performance, then it becomes a 1.5% pay increase. Or if we decide that using this design, that we only want to provide the performance pay for those that are in the upper 25%, then it becomes a 3% pay increase. Or if we want to take this suggested number here of 368,000 and decide that we're going to do it as incentive rewards for coming up with ways to provide our services either more cost efficiently or in other ways of being more effective. I think the 3 E's that were mentioned. I think that we could do, off the top of my head, 100 $3,687 grants with that money. Or if we decided we weren't going to do as many grants, so just to give an idea that there's more than one way to look at this. It may or may not be a sufficient amount of money, but it's a place to start. But in my world, if we're going to continue with this concept of everybody, 99.6% of all employees get this, then it's really not a performance program. All we're doing is carving up what we have traditionally been giving in raises and calling them 2 different things. So I'm ready to do something different. And in the past, we've talked about, it may not amount to more in raises. It just may amount to providing raises for those that are doing the best work for the city. Thank you.
Do you have what you need?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, moving on.
Okay, I'm going to turn it back over to Lisette.
Mayor, members of the council, the next few slides are now going to go through the general fund forecast and the assumptions within the general fund. This slide are the assumptions on the revenues. As Ms. Rios stated, state shared income tax are based on state income tax collected 2 years ago, so we know what our distribution is for this fiscal year 20, fiscal year 21, and fiscal year 22. We did reduce our estimates beginning in fiscal year 23. City sales tax, again, the estimates were reduced by 7.8 million from our December forecast. We also reduced the public safety sales tax, so that's your police and fire funds by the same percentages. The state shared sales tax, we also reduced the revenues by the same percentages as the city sales tax. Our forecast is consistent with the Joint Legislative Budget Committee report. They were seeing an about 8% increase in their revenues from the same time frame for July through February activity. We did see the same thing in our city sales tax and also in state shared revenues. One-time revenues for fiscal year 2020, we did receive 9.2 million. That's for the sale of the Bank of America building and the Brown lot. In fiscal year 2021, we have a forecast of 6.5 million in additional one-time revenue, and that's for the Glen Lakes Golf Course. We also received updated information from Arizona Sports Tourism for the repayment for the ASTA rebate. So it's 1.8 million this fiscal year 2020, and another 1.5 million in fiscal year 2021.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
just to clarify, that is sales tax from the stadium?
Mayor, members of the council, it's not the sales tax for the stadium. We have an intergovernmental agreement with them, and it's to assist with the payment of the debt that was issued around the stadium. Camelback Ranch.
Mayor, members of the council, just to jog everyone's memory, we have an agreement with ASTA whereby we rebate the sales tax generated at the stadium. This is different. This is a different agreement that we have with ASTA around the financing. Originally, when it was put in place for Camelback Ranch, they were to pay, I'll say, roughly $60 million back to us, and they've been paying other cities for their spring training. They notified us this year that as some of the other cities are being paid off, we would start receiving our regular payments for their share of the Camelback Ranch facility. They had originally told us that we would get somewhere around 1.9 million this year and 3 million the following year, but we went back to them and asked them, with the economic conditions being the way they are, what are they seeing now? And we reduced what we had in the budget that would be coming as a payment to us down to these amounts.
Oh, okay.
This is the results of the court challenge on the rental cars and hotel taxes, right?
Mayor, members of the council, it is related to the court, but the reduction is not related to the court case. The reduction is just related to economic conditions.
Right.
Ms. Rios, or Mayor, Ms. Rios. So as I recall, that all of these cities were in line, kind of an overflowing teacups situation, to get money from ASTA to reimburse them for their investments in the spring training facilities. And we were just very far down in the pile of teacups. But as other cities have been paid off and their teacup is taken out, there would be more money normally that was planning on dribbling down to us. But now with the slowdown in the economy and the no spring training this year, or not, with a big hit in the season, things like that, that's why we're not going to see as big a payment from ASTA as we were anticipating. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, members of the council, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
The next slide is in the general fund assumptions for expenditures. We did have some reductions. We reduced the general fund capital spending. If you recall, in the 5-year forecast, we had added additional funding or additional appropriation for some capital projects. One of them is the fire trucks, and the fire trucks were deferred from fiscal year 21 to fiscal year 22. We also lowered the vehicle replacement to 1 million in fiscal year 2021. In fiscal year 22 through 25, we left it at the 2 million that we had budgeted before. Contingency was also lowered to 2 million in fiscal year 21 through 25. The increases that were added in the general fund expenditures, as Ms. Rio stated, we started with the base budget. We had some contractual obligations and other obligations that needed to be added to the budget. One of them is the debt service, the general fund supported debt service. The debt service is increasing by 2.1 million from fiscal year 2020 to fiscal year 21. We also continued funding for the police computer-aided dispatch and records management system project. And also there were increases to workers' compensation claims. And also there are some additions to placeholders for the recommended supplementals in fiscal year 2021.
Yeah, a question for you. On where you have deferred fire trucks, 21, 22, there's no issue with the trucks we have now. They can go another year and there's not going to be an issue. Is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, that's our understanding from the fire department. And again, these were items that were planned when we did the forecast. We planned them for fiscal year 21. We checked with the fire department. They believe they can defer that to 22. And in fact, when they contacted the vendor, they said they wouldn't probably have them ready for them in 21 anyway, so it worked out to defer them for a year to 22.
Okay, so with that said, in increases, I know there's been a lot of talk about advanced life support MRU unit. Is there anywhere that we are planning on doing that in this coming year?
Mayor, members of the council, there is a placeholder for the medical response unit within the budget that we're
Okay,
proposing.
on one vehicle or two?
I believe it is one vehicle.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor, members of the council, there is no vehicle in the placeholder. It is in the not recommended list. Again, talking about savings, salary savings within the departments and within the city, we thought that we could fund that through salary savings. The cost for the vehicle is about $65,000.
65,000, so that's like a big one-ton crew cab truck, something like that?
Mayor?
Is that-
Mayor, members of the council, I'll defer that to Mr. St. John.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm not sure if it's a 1-ton or a 3/4 ton, but it is a 4-seater truck.
Pickup
will.
truck?
Yes.
Okay.
It was me.
Oh, okay.
I have that on my list too, because I saw that the initial not recommended had the entire MRU under not recommended, but then in the updated recommended and not recommended supplementals, it was in there at a reduced cost, but there was a not recommended amount of 65,000, and that was for the truck?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, that's correct.
So, it's being recommended, but it's being held back. I'm not sure, is that what we're doing?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomalchoff, in our proposal, we are asking for the FTEs up front. We're asking that one-time costs be paid for out of a fund that Chief Garrison has identified. And then the truck, we're writing a grant for, and we'll see if the grant comes through. If not, we have a vehicle that we can use today.
So, all right, I'm gonna kind of back up with so it's not just the cost of the truck, it's the equipment that goes on the truck, and then, of course, 4 FTEs to man it. So what is the overall cost for that MRU?
Mayor, without having the paperwork in front of me, I believe it's about $531,000 and change.
A little over $500,000. And so you said that you were gonna make that up in labor savings? What did you save?
Mayor, the bodies that would be put into an academy in July would get out probably early November and would start working in the field in early November, which would save overtime on a daily basis. So if we had 4 bodies, then you'd have 2 bodies on one shift and then 1 body in each of the other 2 shifts, saving the overtime costs. And that's how we'd fund the FTEs up front, is through that overtime savings. And then at the point council decided to stand up that medical response unit, those employees would be ready and we could stand that unit up on a moment's notice. The equipment includes all the gear that a firefighter wears, to include all the equipment that's needed for the truck. The truck equipment is about $55,000. The additional one-time expenses for the firefighters, if I remember correctly, was about $176,000.
So now you're pushing 700 plus thousand.
Mayor, it is included in the 531,000.
Okay,
The 531 is the total.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. St. John, when would we be looking to actually put the MRU out on the street?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, it would depend on the revenues as they came in through the first quarter. We believe we'd have first quarter revenue not projections, but actuals, probably around December. And council could make a decision at that point if revenues were coming in higher than anticipated to stand that unit up, say January 1st, but it would be a council decision.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. St. John, it's my understanding that we have a piece of equipment that we've outfitted to fill that role because we thought we might be needing it during this COVID-19 crisis, but I don't believe we've actually put it out on the street. So it's not the equipment side that's the issue, it's the personnel side that means that we wouldn't be standing it up until December or January, I guess.
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, I would agree with that assessment. We would no longer be saving the overtime if we stood that in a constant staffing model.
Okay, so then So what, so seeing as the cost would be manpower, if we were to, let's say that the council decided to stand that up July 1, we don't have manpower out of the academy to increase our force by an additional 4 employees, so we in essence would be using overtime to put that out on the street. Is that what you're saying?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, that is correct.
What would that cost be, do we know? I guess I'm asking, what would it cost us to put that MRU out on the street July 1, given that we already have the piece of equipment, so what's the manpower cost, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get that fairly quickly.
Okay. And then I'm also interested in I'm not assuming that's what we want to do. I'm just, because I know our call demand has gone down and several other things, and with people continuing to social distance and to stay home as much as possible, then that, we may not have a demand for this MRU unit. I'm just trying to see, what if we did decide that sooner was better on this MRU, what would the cost be?
Mayor, Councilmember Turner, I'll get that number for you.
Okay, great, thanks.
I'll tell you what, why don't we take 5-10 minute break? I can barely move right now. If that's okay with everybody, why don't everybody come back here 5 minutes after the hour? Okay, we're going to recess. You guys good to go? Okay, we'll go ahead and bring this meeting back to order. Where are we at? Oh, Mayor? Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question while we're on training and saving time and all that. I just, for my memory, what are we paying for release time for public safety?
Mayor, Councilmember Hugh, you're talking about the full-time release positions? In the police department, it's roughly 282,000 for the two positions, and in the fire department, it's roughly 264,000 for their positions, and release hours, I should say.
Thank you.
That's two people for each one?
Mayor, there's two people in the police department in full-time release. There's one person in the fire department in full-time release, and then they have additional hours to conduct necessary labor association business.
Okay, so it's like 1 plus hours,
Mayor, that's correct, in the fire department.
and that's the 264,000.
Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Yeah.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
So we have 2 people plus a bank of hours in the police, and, I'm sorry, I turned my head to see you and then I'm away from the microphone. 2 people plus a bank of, how many hours for PD?
Mayor, Councilmember Tommelchaff, in the current contract, the police department has one full-time release position and a bank of hours. In the negotiated contract that has been signed by city management but not yet approved as part of this budget, they are increased to 2 full-time release positions and no bank of hours.
So the fire is then what?
Mayor, the fire department is 1 full-time release position and a bank of hours today. Their negotiated contract is an increase to their bank of hours, and that increase, I believe, is about an additional 2,000 hours.
Another person. So, Mayor, if I could, what's the total bank of hours for the fire department?
Can't hear you.
What's the total bank of hours for the fire department?
Mayor, Councilmember Tommelchaff, I believe it's 3,000 hours in the new contract. I believe it was 1,000 hours in the current contract and increased to 3,000 in the new contract. I am not 100% sure on that number, though.
All right. That information has not been shared with me until now.
I think all of us would like to find out exactly, the total.
Mayor, I'll get that number for you.
Okay. You have a question?
Yeah, question. Mr. St. John, if you'll return with that information, how much of those allocated hours have been used? If all of them or 50% of them?
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, I'll get that number as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor.
And again, we're talking next year.
Well, there's actually a bank of hours now.
Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, that's correct. They have a bank of hours that they've used this past fiscal year, and we know the number of hours that have been used.
Right. That would be left over for next year.
Mayor, the hours don't roll over. They're, whatever hours are left over are removed from the books and they're reloaded at whatever contractual obligation.
Okay, so that's what this is making it confusing. Again, we're talking about next year, not this year. You were talking about the bank of hours that was left from this year so far.
That is correct.
Okay, so we don't want to confuse the two. And if they didn't use them up from this year, they wouldn't be allowed to use them next year, although we would have the money in general funds that we could put wherever we need to. All right. Mr. Clark.
I would simply ask this. Isn't a full worker's year something like 2,300 hours makes up a worker's year? I know I've seen the figure around, but I don't remember what it is.
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, for a 40-hour-a-week employee, and the full-time release positions are 40 hours, it's 2,080 hours a year.
2,080 hours. So in essence, what we're giving to fire is a recognized full-time position and enough hours equivalency to actually fund another full-time position. Am I hearing that correctly?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, that is one way to look at it. They had 2,000 hours in their current contract. I just received the numbers from Chief Garrison, and they were given an additional 1,000 hours in the new contract. So they will have 3,000 hours in the new contract with language that stipulates that the use of the hours goes through Chief Garrison's for his approval, and then any legislative use of those hours at the state capitol is in accordance with the city manager's direction and what's in the best interest of the city.
So basically, they've gone from one person slot to 3,000 hours, which is almost the equivalent of 1.5 persons, giving them, if you look at it my way, a total of 2.5 people for union activities. Is that correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, that is the math, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have a question?
I was just musing over the phrase of union activities. I mean, they handle things that also interface with our HR department and other things as well. I just was amused at that reference. Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
Mayor, if I could engage in a follow-up item for Councilmember Turner's question on the break, I did get an answer to the cost of standing up a medical response unit for 40 hours a week. That cost is roughly $11,000 a week.
Thank you, sir.
And so that 40 hours a week, that's just what they would consider peak time, high service calls?
Mayor, that's correct. So we would determine the station location and the best hours of operation for that 40-hour unit. We are looking at both a 410 and a 5/8 schedule, leaning towards the 5/8 schedule right now.
All right.
Mayor, thank you. Do the release positions or the allocation of hours have any kind of job description, or is it just whatever needs to be done kind of thing?
Mayor, Councilmember Tommelchoff, the description for the hours is to conduct labor association business. And then labor association business is kind of defined in the contract as there's a legislative function, there's internal city functions sitting on committees representing the membership through various components and things that are going on within the city. And I do have an answer to the number of hours that have been used currently this fiscal year. It's less than 400 hours of the 2,000 that are in their contract.
Mayor, you said that they only used 400?
The number, Mayor, Councilmember Aldama, the number I have just been given is less than 400 have been used, correct?
So there's obviously no abuse of that allocated time. And then I heard union as well, and while it is, just a reminder to the council, this is a recognized association within this organization by council and by the administration as such by a contract. So unless someone's suggesting removing that, we have to continue to support the release time. And again, it looks like there's no abuse of that allocated time. So just a note that they are a recognized association by contract within the council and the administration. Thank you.
Mayor, I'm the one who used the pejorative term union activities, so I guess I'm going to stand up and defend that. I'm not suggesting that we do away with those hours or those personnel, but I think it is incumbent upon us to let the public know how that MOU relates to what I call basically union activities. There may be some incidental HR interaction, and I concur. But if they use less than 400 hours during the fiscal year, I can almost guarantee that if 10 hours were used for HR, I'd be surprised. Thank you.
All right, moving on.
The next slide is on the general fund recommended positions. The first one is the FTE for budget and finance for a new payroll specialist. There is no one-time cost. The ongoing is $67,277. That includes benefits and retirement. The payroll specialist is needed because at this point in time right now with our payroll staff, we only have two. We're really have a single point of failure. We've had issues with we've made mistakes in the past to where an overpayment or underpayment of an employee took maybe a month to reconcile and get corrected. With the two payroll specialists, if one becomes sick or both of them are out of the office, there's really no option for us other than to operate with the payroll supervisor. It's very critical that we have backups for processing payroll within the city. The next FTE is an HR analyst.
Whoa, excuse me, Mayor, may I?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'm glad you're speaking to these. This chart covers some of them, but certainly not all of the FTEs that have been requested. But based upon the description that you gave to us just now, I don't consider this to be critical at this juncture. And I would like to see, unless it is a critical, absolute drop-dead need, that it be deferred for a year. And that would be what I would ask council to consider, that unless they can make a case that it is an absolutely critical component, that it be deferred for a year. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Phelps?
Mayor, members of the council, we're presented two FTEs out of almost 2,000 employees. They are critical. We would not, under the current situation with where our finances are at and what's happening in the economy, we only brought these forward because we deemed them to be absolutely critical to our operations. And so I do appreciate asking the question, but if you're from your city manager and talking with our team, these are critical, these two positions that we're going to talk about here, both the budget and finance payroll specialist and the HR analyst, we do deem as critical single points of failure for the organization.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Okay, I put together a list of all of the supplementals that have been requested. And that includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 new positions, in addition to which the Arts Commission is asking for $55,000. Ripstick is asking for $23,000. The Tobacco Cessation Program, $25,000, and software maintenance for IT projects at $237,000. All told, these supplementals come in at $1,049,935. $1 million in supplementals alone. We don't know what our finances will be. Why in heaven's name are we authorizing over $1 million in additional expense at this time is beyond me. At this point, I am not inclined to support any of it. So I will not speak to the other positions other than to say that I think that this is the wrong time to be coming forward asking for 9 new positions. That while staff may consider them critical, somehow or other they've managed to get along without these positions up until this point. Now, it may have slowed down a process, it may have been inconvenient, it may have required a supervisor from time to time to fill in, but as far as I'm concerned, none of these are critical enough that we should be passing an additional $4 million in supplementals right now. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would like to say that one thing I noticed and I was extremely disappointed to see was that, and this is, I think, the 5th or 6th year, several years in a row for And I understand that it would have been removed from the budget, but for customer service, which we had asked for, and this, it's not in the not recommended supplementals, which shows me that it wasn't recommended to be brought forward in the first place. And I just wanted to voice my displeasure in seeing that again this year did not make the cut to be in the city manager's budget that he's presenting to us.
Mayor. Thank you. So I can't support at the moment a request to not hire any of the or approve any of the 9 positions. What I'd rather hear from administration is how more efficient we will be as a result of these positions. One specific, and I don't know that the HR position would encompass this, but in the last public voting meeting, I brought up the lack of an RFP process that wasn't completed. I was very disappointed in that, but in a conversation with Mr. Brown and the city manager, it appeared that there was a significant amount of workload in those areas that prevented that. I think it was more communication, but there is also an increase of workload. So what I'd like to hear is, as a result of the 9 positions, we are going to increase our efficiency by X, and these are the results. So this would probably be the appropriate time for the city manager to let us know how more efficient we're going to be in those departments of those 9 positions, including the HR and the payroll. That is very important.
Mayor, members, Councilmember Aldama, I'll let our HR Director, Jim, I think he can speak a little bit more directly to some of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Phelps. Mayor and Councilmember Aldama, with regard to the HR analyst position, one of the things that we've seen, and this has been progressive over time, but with additional legislation, other things that we have to remain in compliance with, the number of contracts that we're now managing because of those things, having that additional resource to be able to move things forward, particularly with this position to support our local PSPRS board. We're seeing an increase in the number of disability cases that are going to be coming forward. We expect that in the future through the PTSD legislation and some other things that are coming down. And in order for us to manage those, we're asking for that additional resource to keep things moving, to keep us in compliance with the legislation, to allow our benefits administrator, which is the one overseeing our benefits area, to be more progressive in terms of knowing what's coming down the pike, keeping me informed, keeping the city manager informed, and then making sure that our processes are more responsive and not reactive to those things. So that's what that position that we're asking for will help us to do.
Mayor, if I may, thank you very much, Mr. Brown. All of what you noted, I think there's an RFP contracts, there's PSP, disability claims, and then just being responsive I would say are critical. If the city can't bring to public meetings and council, or even have them and not bring them to us, not be transparent, items like the one that came last week with regards to the RFP, we have to be more efficient to that. And if I'm being told that we are lacking some efficiency because of a lack of an FTE, then I would say that's critical.
Mayor, I find this very interesting because I had this specific discussion with the city manager and Ms. Rios and several other people yesterday afternoon. At that time, they told me that the HR analyst primary function would be that of working to reduce workmen's compensation claims, which have risen by 60% over the past year. And I thought, well, now that does make sense. Here we have someone who will be dedicated to identifying areas within the city where we are seeing a lot of increase in claims and working to reduce those claims. That made sense. But now I'm hearing that this person is going to track legislation, follow it, and disseminate that information to presumably council and senior management. You know, which is it, folks? And that does not make the case for me that it's a position that, I mean, it's not a position that I consider critical at this time. It could wait a year. And to take a look at our budget a year from now and say, okay, X, Y, and Z happened as a result of not having this position. We lost money, or something cost us incredibly more as a result of not having this position filled. Then you make a case. But quite frankly, I don't believe the case has been made. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Clark, I think you're mistaking on some of that. I know with PSPRS, we have a lot of claims popping up that we haven't had in the past. I think that you'd like to address that and possibly even the city manager.
Mayor, members of the council, I just want to clarify a couple of things to begin with to set the stage for this. So this particular slide that you're looking at is only the general fund funded positions. So little later on, we have another slide that talks about other positions that are funded in other funds. The position that we discussed with Councilmember Clark yesterday is another HR position funded from the Risk Management Fund to do those specific things that she was referring to. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that position later. This position, so that means there are two positions we're requesting in HR. This one is related to the things that Mr. Brown just mentioned. We have another request in the Risk Management Fund for a person to look at our risk profile, analyze that, and try to more proactively design systems, programs, and mechanisms to help us mitigate risk. But that's in a different fund. So that was the item that I wanted to address.
Mayor, if I could just follow up. I could support that because I think that will ultimately result in cost saving to the organization. But I can't support the first HR as it's been described.
Mayor?
Mr. Phelps, did you want to address that?
Mayor, members of council, again, we had a tremendous amount of discussion internally about these two recommendations, knowing that we really wanted to come forward with the base budget. In the case of our payroll, it's just not sustainable to ask two people to continue to work the hours they're having to work to make sure that payroll gets out. It's a critical function of what we do to make sure that our employees are correctly compensated. It's not a matter of efficiency, it's a matter of the fact that we can't control the number of hours they're having to put in, and we recently lost a very critical employee within our benefits sides many months ago, not because the person did not want to work here, was because they could no longer sustain the amount of investment in the hours to do the job. And so we made a commitment to try to come back and to let the council know these are two areas. In the issue of our, within HR, our medical fund just alone is $38 to $40 million that we maintain, and we're continually looking at ways to achieve savings within that $40 million fund. Our payroll is immensely important. I'll be more than glad to kind of sit down and go through it, but the employees that are in these areas, it's not a matter of efficiencies as much as we don't have enough hours in the day to do the work that's required. Vicki and Lisette can talk about some of the regulatory requirements that are new now. So for example, both ASRS and PSPRS have new requirements in terms of how we interact and how we track things. Again, it was mentioned about the increased claims on PTSD, the increase, there's just a number of items that we're having to deal with in those areas. We did not come with this recommendation lightly. We really didn't. It was something that as we said, we believe these are critical to our operations, and so we certainly are hoping that the council will consider those strongly.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Kevin, I was insensitive I'm advocating for the positions that you requested, but I was insensitive in one part that you just mentioned. And the council has to recognize, and I know that we do, but sometimes we fail to recognize that what you just explained is a working condition. Efficiencies will come second, but we're bursting at the seams in those two individuals that are working now. So what you just described is a working condition. It's very stressful getting the work done while a city like our size is doing so well. Revenues are higher than we expected. Somebody has to encompass that work. And if we're going to lose really good people because they're going to go somewhere else where the workload and the working conditions are favorable for them, their mental stress and their anxiety and their family. So I think we have to recognize what you just mentioned, and so I continue to support these two positions. Working conditions is one, and then efficiencies will come right after that.
Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Mayor. I know we've had this discussion before, and some of the systems and processes within HR are antiquated. And so I mean, is that an issue also, or is it a people issue? Or, I mean, do we have all the right, I've been told anyway that it's a little bit different than when I was elected. And I've had conversations with some of my colleagues about this, but there was one person that did this exact thing, and then another person came in and did this exact thing, and it was very paper intensive and very labor intensive, and it was very specialized also. So I just want to know if we've actually, and maybe this is something we should do, is have somebody come in and, maybe not right now, but do a review of systems and processes and make sure that we're making the best use of every dollar that we're spending in our HR department.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilman Tomachoff, I think you raise a good issue about, there is a certain level of complexity. Within simplicity, we now have the power to do a lot more in terms of how we track and manage our payroll. There's a certain level of customization that the software affords us. We don't have the staff, for example, to sit down and to work with management to even come up with what that framework would look like. And so that's one of the things that this person would assist in, is being able to help really maximize the power of simplicity. And again, it takes a certain amount of time. When it comes to payroll, there are control factors that go into how you initiate payroll. And so you can't do it with one person because of controls you want to have in place. You want to have work that's being verified and being monitored. And so again, there's a lot of moving parts that are in here. I don't know, Jim, whether you want to talk a little bit more about the role of the HR specialist in terms of how that position would be utilized.
Thank you, Kevin and Mayor. This position, we recently, for example, with the Munis implementation a few years ago, there are upgrades, there are things that are within Munis that continue to get better and better and create more efficiencies for us. We just recently went through an upgrade that basically we had to shut down part of our services to the rest of the organization in the area of recruitment and some other areas, because even though we have a freeze, even before that freeze took place, because ultimately we had to pull all hands and help get the upgrade underway. And this upgrade actually will help us in the open enrollment area and a few other areas, but there's still more there that we need to be able to tap into, and to have the availability to again, not be as reactive and be more proactive is what the resource that we're asking for will help us to achieve.
Well, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and let everybody know my wife, for 30 years now, has worked for a national company. It's a local-based but national company, and she's in payroll. Their department has, I believe, 6 people that work in it, and they have less than half the employees that the city of Glendale does. And I can tell you, when it's payroll week, she's stressed every week. They just changed their computer system completely, tried to update, and it's been a fight for the last 5 months trying to get everybody up to speed, and she's been working an awful lot of overtime. The one thing that you don't want to do to your employees is cut their paycheck or not give them the right amount of money. Worst thing you can ever do. The worst thing you can ever do is upset the people that write your paycheck. So all of us are dependent upon happy employees getting the job done. I do think this is a very critical position. I understand the overtime because I've lived with it for 30 years with my wife. Even though it's not the city of Glendale, I understand what she goes through and how difficult that can be. So I do fully support that myself. What's next?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I want to make one last comment. in normal operating, financial operating situations, I would have no problem with any one of these. Okay. But I think the context that we are perhaps not paying enough attention to is the fact of the city's finances, and we cannot predict what the future holds at this moment. That's why I'm looking at these positions so critically and saying, defer them for a year. Let's see. It's not like we're saying no forever. But what I'm saying is, in a time of uncertainty, authorize another $1 million for new positions doesn't make any sense to me. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor? Go ahead. Thank you, Mayor. I know our city manager is very conservative when he does his projections and wants to get the best out of all the employees. I agree with the recommendations. I know it didn't come easy for management to make the recommendations, but I'm in favor of them. And I can understand Councilmember Clark. She was here when the city plummeted. And it took a good number of years to come back out of it. But I know Kevin's aware of all that, the city manager, and I still go along with funding the employees.
Moving on.
The next position is a reclass of existing position in public facilities, recreation, and special events. It's reclassification of a service supervisor to a business analyst. The business analyst would be managing the direct track system and also looking at the various fees and revenues of public facilities and recreation and special events. The position reclass of 6 firefighters, there is no budget impact of reclassing the 6 firefighters to captains. Currently, the fire department have a need to for captains on their truck on a daily basis, and they are doing acting pay to put firefighters and act as a captain. So the reason for no budget impact is there would be savings in the acting pay to cover the reclass. We've talked about the medical response unit for firefighters and a reclass of 1 engineer to a captain. The next slide, the next couple of slides are on the required increases. The first one is advertising and recording fees. The ongoing fees is $8,000, and this is an increase in the Glendale Star publication fee. The second one is an election for a one-time of $25,000, an ongoing of $125,750 for a total of about $151,000. And this is a budget for election fees. The next item is a zoning rewrite of $125,000. This is the 3rd year of the zoning code review and project. And this is carrying over previous budget from prior year. And the next 3 are for the fire departments. The first one is the automatic aid dispatch fees. It's an increase of $65,063, and this is the automatic aid agreement with the city of Phoenix. The restock of EMS supplies, it's a contractual obligation that we have with our ambulance service company, and it's an ongoing cost of $120,000. And the next one is the mandated fire training. An RFP was issued for their online training portal. There's an increase of $10,000 in the cost of software maintenance for the training.
I want to ask you a question. The restock of the EMS supplies, that's fire trucks go out, they use the rubber gloves and the masks and all that, and they come back, and there's a company that restocks this so they don't run out. Is that basically what this is?
Mayor, members of the council, the restock is done by Maricopa Ambulance, the ambulance service that we contract with. And for the medical supplies that are used, these are when we're responding to automatic aid. So if we're responding to, if someone is taken to the hospital, then obviously the insurance for the patient would pay for the medical supplies. But if it's automatic aid, the person doesn't go to the hospital, there's no reimbursement, and the city is obligated to absorb that cost.
Okay, I absolutely don't understand what you just said. So Maricopa Ambulance restocks our fire trucks for the supplies used.
Mayor, members of the council, our firefighters will use supplies out of the the trucks. We'll use those supplies provided by the ambulance service, Maricopa Ambulance. And it's the reimbursement to the ambulance company for using the supplies that they had provided and had, expended on their own.
Okay, so that's $10,000 a month, just, I guess, across the board, just 10,000 a month, what they figure. With calls being down this last 6 weeks or 2 months, does this get adjusted, or is it just is what it is?
Mayor, members of the council, I'll defer that to Mr. St. John.
Mayor, members of the council, what we're trying to do is change the model. So right now, Maricopa restocks our supplies for our automatic aid calls where there is no transport to the hospital, as Ms. Camacho said. What we'd like to do is have our own supply of these medical needs so that we can restock on our own. We can monitor the quality and quantity that we keep on stock and manage our own medical supplies.
Okay, everybody got that? Okay. So this is in addition to what we're already paying, or we already have a contract with Maricopa, and this would be in addition to that. This is additional money, what we haven't been spending in the past?
Mayor, that is correct. Right now, there's a revenue offset for Maricopa, so we actually receive revenue from Maricopa for the transports they do in our jurisdiction. And so the way the model has been working today is any medical supplies are reduced from that revenue offset.
Okay.
And what we're doing is we're trying to separate those two things.
Okay, all right. Theoretically, it should be a wash. Shouldn't be more money or less money. It should be about what we've been getting anyway, just a different source.
Mayor, that's correct.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. And fire department's good with that?
Mayor, yes, sir.
Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, the next item on the required increases is the PSPRS board legal fees. It's $6,000 ongoing. It's the legal obligation for outside counsel to attend the PSPRS board meetings. The next one is the Judicial Selection Advisory Board. It's a one-time $8,000. And this is a survey process to conduct the reappointment of our presiding judge and city judges. The next three items are for public facilities, recreation, and special events. The first one is Salt River Irrigation Contract for Saguaro Ranch. It's a contract price increase of irrigation of $26,000 ongoing. The next item is the office lease for CVV at the Renaissance. That's $43,056 ongoing. And the next item is the grant match of $50,000 for the Foothills Sports Complex improvement. The grant was approved and accepted by City Council, and the match requirement for that was $50,000. The next four items are for police. The first one is Regional Wireless SUA2 upgrade. It's $162,000 ongoing, and it's a system upgrade for RWC. The next item is an increase of $100,000 for the prisoner housing contract with MCSO. And the next item is an increase of about $6,000 for the animal pickup rescue, and it's our contract with the Arizona Humane Society. And the last item on this slide is the software maintenance for the police department, a total of $191,000. It's a contractual increase for their department's software, and it includes Axon.
Mayor. Ms. Camacho, the annual rent for the CVB lease is increasing by $43,000. Is that what this means?
Mayor, members of the council, maybe I can answer that question. It's not increasing by that amount. We don't have appropriation to pay it at this time, so it's just the amount that we have to pay, and right now, we didn't have it budgeted.
Okay, that's why I was confused, because it's under required increases. It just means, you mean increase because it wasn't budgeted? It's not an increase in the amount?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, to that question, who do we pay that money to?
Mayor, members of the council, we pay it to the Renaissance
Atrium
Hospitality.
Atrium Hospitality. Okay. That name sounds familiar. Thank you.
Next slide is the recommended supplementals. The first 4 items are for the fire department. The first one is for the particulate hoods. It's $114,000 one time, and it's for firefighters' safety and cancer prevention initiative. The second one is the turnouts, $157,000 ongoing, and it's replacement of 55 sets of coats and pants, turnout gears for firefighters. The SCBA, or a self-contained breathing apparatus, $10,000 ongoing, and that would replace 10 SCBA air tanks on an annual basis. And you see again the medical response unit, the one-time cost of $130,424 and ongoing of $4,200. This is in addition to the FTE cost that you see in the previous slide for about $445,000.
Go ahead.
Before we move on from the MRU, I want to make sure I understand where we left the vehicle conversation. Where did we decide we were going to move the $65,000 over for the vehicle, or use the vehicle that was outfitted for the COVID response? I want to make sure I understand where we are with the vehicle that would be.
He's gonna address it, but I think that he was writing a grant first to see if that grant would go. Is that correct?
Mayor, members of the council, that's correct. Right now, we're using a vehicle on loan from Fleet. It's not ideally outfitted as an MR, but it works. So we need a vehicle that can be ideally outfitted and used exclusively for an MR. There's a couple of different options that we have. It's not funded in the proposal the city manager is putting forward today. We are writing a grant and attempting to get the vehicle and the equipment costs covered in that grant. We won't know, I believe, for several months whether that grant is successful or not.
Thank you, Mayor. If I could continue, I'd like to see the money allocated as a placeholder for the vehicle, and then we find out what the result is of the grant application, because we can't stand the unit up without a vehicle. So if we don't end up not needing the money, but if we don't allocate the money and we end up needing it, then we haven't allocated any money for the vehicle. So I don't know whether there'd be a consensus to do that. It could just be simply a placeholder at this time, and then hopefully the grant is successful and we don't have to use the money. But I'd like to see us incorporate that into, because without it, if there's no grant, then we don't have a vehicle, then we can't roll it out anyway. The $65,000 that's in the not recommended. So that in the recommended supplementals, there was a recommendation to stand up the MRU, but in the not recommended supplementals, there was a $65,000, which when we talked about this earlier, I asked that was for the vehicle. So I would just ask that it be a placeholder, so that in the event the grant's unsuccessful, we still have an allocation to go ahead and get a vehicle.
Mayor, members of the council, we can do that if that's a consensus of the council. We can add the $65,000 for the vehicle back into the budget.
Mayor, I might need information, because it seems like we have a vehicle that could work, but it's not specifically designed. It was something we put together looking to hurry up this COVID-19 response. So we're going to apply for a grant so that we can get a specifically designed vehicle. If we don't put the money in our budget, we don't appropriate the money, when the grant comes in, we wouldn't be able to spend the money. But if the grant doesn't come in, we won't have the money to spend, and we'll then fall back and use the vehicle we were planning on using to begin with. Is that right?
Mayor, members of the council, normally what we do with grants, every year we budget something called miscellaneous grant contingency for grants that may come in during the year that we don't know about. So if we go that direction, the direction Mr. St. John is talking about, and we write the grant and we get it, we would pull from miscellaneous grant contingency to get the appropriation to spend those funds. That's part of the council action. Typically, when we bring forward a grant to council, it includes a transfer from miscellaneous grant contingency. We put contingency aside for that. However, you're correct in saying if we don't get a grant for it, there won't be any appropriation in the general fund to purchase the vehicle.
And in that situation, then, would we use the existing vehicle, or, I think what was Councilmember Tomachoff's point, do we need to increase what we're appropriating so that if we don't get the grant, then we would have revenues to go buy the vehicle that, use grant money to buy if we don't get the grant? Is that right?
I believe, Mayor, members of the council, if I understand the question, yes, in order to buy the vehicle then out of the general fund, we would have to appropriate it and have the appropriation sitting there now. Otherwise, we'd have to come back to council and find where are we going to get this appropriation. So we can add it back in, and then it's just sitting there waiting. If we don't get a grant, we can purchase the vehicle. If we do get the grant, it just goes back into fund balance.
And then, Mayor, if I could continue, then really the question at hand is, if we don't get the grant, are we going to go ahead and buy a vehicle? Or if we don't get the grant, are we going to use the vehicle we have?
Mayor, members of the council, our Councilmember Turner, our recommendation would be to buy a vehicle that's specifically outfitted and designed to function as a medical response unit.
Okay, so if that's the case, then we do need the $65,000 added to this. And then it makes me wonder why it wasn't in there already when it came to us. If the recommendation is we're going to need to buy one. Thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
I would just ask if there's a consensus to have it as a placeholder in the event the grant's not successful, we can still move forward with the medical response unit. I'm really looking forward to rolling this thing out. I mean, this has been a conversation that we've been having over a period of years to try this service delivery model for higher acuity fire responses. And I really am looking forward to rolling this out and trying it and seeing how it works and how it serves. I think this is an important thing for our residents. So I would like to set the money, $65,000, in an appropriation. If we end up not needing it, it can go back into fund balance. But we've allocated the money if we end up not being successful with the grant, and we can still buy the vehicle.
Mayor, I agree with Councilmember Tomachoff. I think there's been a lot of pent-up demand for this unit for a long time. I know I kept nagging about a high acuity unit for years. I am delighted that it's coming forward, and I am delighted to support the $65,000 as a placeholder for a vehicle. I want to get this unit up and running as soon as possible. Thank you, Mayor.
Looks like we have a consensus for that.
The next two items are for public affairs. The first one is Hootsuite. It's $20,464 ongoing. It's a social media management platform that would allow us to do user management and publishing and reporting. The next one is Archive Social. It's $5,000 ongoing, and it will help with managing records retention for the city's social media accounts. And lastly is the transportation recommended supplementals for the stadium parking lot, water utility increase. It's about $39,000 ongoing, increase to the maintenance at the parking lots at the stadium.
Mayor, members of the council, if I could clarify, that's also an item that was not budgeted when the parking lot was built. We didn't budget ongoing for the water there, so it's not $39,000 in increase. It is $39,000 for the water, and it was not budgeted. So this is just to put a budget in place for it.
And now we have the general fund budget for fiscal year 2021. For fiscal year 20, we ended with a fund balance of about $43.9 million. Our operating revenue includes the reduction in city sales tax, and so that is 233.9 million. And as I mentioned earlier, we did forecast 6.5 million in one-time revenues for the sale of Glen Lakes, and the total revenues is 240.4 million. The operating expenditures includes the placeholders for the market adjustments, the comp and class, the COLA and the performance, and also placeholders for the required increases and the recommended supplementals that I just went through. And that's 224.5 million, and we have net transfers of 14.7 million, and the contingency is at 2 million. For fiscal year 21, where you're seeing the total surplus deficit, you see 800,000. That's essentially saying that, you know, our revenues is less than what we had forecasted for expenditures, and that we are using about 800,000 of our fund balance. If we use our contingency, our fund balance at the end of the year would be 43.1 million. If we don't spend our contingency, the ending fund balance would be almost 47 million at the end of fiscal year 2021.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Camacho, I can't find anywhere in here a spreadsheet telling me what the transfers are. I know some of it is arena management agreement and things like that. I can't find any of that. Do we have a slide to show us what the transfers are?
Mayor, members of the council, for transfers in, we have transfers into the general fund for the public safety sales tax. If you recall, there are no expenditures in the public safety sales tax for both police and fire. The expenditures are in the general fund. So a transfer to the general fund from the public safety sales tax. Transfers out for the vehicle replacement that goes into the VRF. So that's a transfer of $1 million for fiscal year 2021. We also have the maintenance of effort for the enterprise funds, and that's the interfund loans. So that's also in the budget of
Excuse me, how much is that?
1.2 million. And for the general funded capital projects, that's a transfer out of the general fund into the projects, and that's about 2.5 million. And the largest component of the transfer out is for the debt service for the general fund supported debt that we've issued, and that's about 35.2 million for fiscal year 2021.
Mayor, if I could, can you break that down?
Mayor, members of the council, we can get you a breakdown of it. If you like it, it'd be a little bit easier to provide you something than to list them one by one right now, but those are the high-level points that Ms. Camacho is talking about. The main net transfer out is for debt service, but we can give you a schedule of the transfers if you'd like.
Thank you.
I believe that's the last slide for the general fund. We have a few more slides. As far as the summary for the general fund, we'll hold the line on cost. We'll maintain the temporary hiring freeze. We've also reduced temporary staffing, and we've limited travel to only essential travel. We're also closely monitoring spending, and we'll watch revenues in the economy closely to see if the current economic conditions worsen or gets better. We will be providing monthly updates to council, and we'll consider reductions if the recession is prolonged, and that would allow us to save the budget for the placeholders.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
We're at questions, sir. Thank you very much. I have 2 items, Mayor, if I may, if you'll allow me some time. The first one will probably be very quickly, and then the second one will take a little more time, because, Mayor, I'm going to ask if you could request consensus. But on the second item, the first item in regard to special events, in the budget, there's a lot of items here with dollar amounts that just simply read special events. So can Kevin, city manager, or someone, my question is, are the special events for next year in the budget as to, there's a commitment that we're having the events? I don't see any of them lined out with, by name, but can you explain that, please, or someone explain that?
Yep, Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Aldama. Our intent is we built our budget around the FY 1920 event season. But what we're going to do is we're going to come back to workshop this fall. And once the budget has been approved, and we'll have a discussion about what is in that special events budget, and then receive direction from the council. If you recall, last year, we moved some money around to help create the chocolate event at the Civic Center. And so our thought was we would just come to you. We know what the appropriation is. It's built into the budget. We can show you what the cost of each of the different types of events, and the council can either stay status quo, or the council could also move dollars around and maybe work on different kinds of special events. But we're going to let that really be a discussion and take direction from the council.
Thank you, City Manager. Mayor, if I may, so what I'm hearing, so that those who are watching, there was fear that there wouldn't be the dollars in the budget for the event. So what I'm hearing is what we allocated this year, this current budget, is going to be allocated to the next year's budget. There'll be a conversation with the council. If there's an increase, decrease, whichever, we'll know about that, but at least there's a commitment for those events.
Yeah, Mayor, if I could just do one follow-up on that as well. In working with Jim Burke and his team, I believe it's their feeling that since we didn't have the month of April, which was going to be a big series of events for us this year, they're going to see how things are going regarding social distancing and kind of where things are at from gatherings happening. But assuming that people can gather in larger groups, they believe they could still perhaps do a very similar operation that was planned for April, do it in October, and then still come back with the intent of doing it back in April, as long as there's consensus from the council. So they, in that particular case, we know we didn't spend the money this year for the month of April, and we would try to still, for the benefit of the merchants, try to still find a way to do that this fall. But it's also going to be depending on where things are at within the COVID-19.
Mayor, if I may, thank you, City Manager. So that was my next question. You answered most of it, except for the allocated money in this year's budget wasn't spent, obviously, and it won't be by the end of the fiscal year, June 30th. So next year, are we to assume that we're just going to be reallocated the same dollar amount? And if so, what happens to the money that's there now?
Mayor, the council, any funds that we had this year that aren't spent just go back into budget savings, essentially go to our bottom line, to our fund balance. They don't carry over into the following year. And I think if I'm answering your question correctly, the new budget would be the budget for the October and the April events. There are some costs that were incurred this year that we can still use to promote an April event. And there are some other costs that we might be able to anticipate for an April event and use those funds this year. But the bulk of it for obtaining talent and those types of things, we would not recommend at this point spending that now, with the uncertainty of whether or not we can actually have an October event. We run the risk that if we start booking talent, for example, now for an October event, and then we're not able to have the event, we've lost that funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Mayor, if I may get to my second one, if I may. Back up. Last year in February of 19, I had an item of interest. It didn't make it back to the workshop, but it did make it back in a memo to everyone here in the council. And that was my CIASI, my item of interest regarding city-run after-school programs. I met with Rios here, and they did a really good analysis about the community centers here in Glendale, the 3. And I'm going to ask the city manager if he'll appoint someone here to go over that briefly. And then, Mayor, there's an option 1, there's an option 2. And I've spent a considerable amount of time on this council trying to get our community centers to be fair across the board, just giving all the children in our community a fair playing field. And I don't believe we've done that yet. I don't think it's fault of the city. I think we went out and tried the nonprofit route, and it's been inefficient in that different organizations raise different amounts of money, therefore they have different programs, different equipment in the buildings. And so the CIASI, our staff did a really excellent job, and then they ended up with an option 1 and 2. And Mayor, I'd like to get consensus today, and I'd like to see, I have my opinion here for options, but if we may, I'd like to ask the city manager to appoint somebody to explain that, and then the budget for the options.
Mayor, members of the council, as Mr. Aldama said, we prepared this memo last year and sent it to the entire council. And basically what it says is, under the first option, there's no budget impact. We just continue to operate as we are today. However, some of those after-school programs have, subsequent to this memo, some of them have pulled out. So we are operating one using our own staffing, and then the others were not operating because the nonprofits pulled out. The second option would be for the city to begin running some type of after-school program at all 3 of the community centers. And so the estimated cost for that, first of all, we would have to get some supplies and some different materials and things like that. And so there's an estimated cost of approximately $95,000 to get those supplies and things for the centers. And then the ongoing cost of personnel for operating after-school programs, and these would be then operating at Glendale Community Center, O'Neill Community Center, and Rose Lane. The cost for that ongoing is approximately $247,000.
Mayor, if I may, and pardon me, Councilmember Hugh, if I didn't sit with you and chat with you about that, because it does involve your the community center in your district, and so I failed to reach out to you. However, you did receive the memo. It really is time now that the city assumes our after-school programs, and that all 3 sites have equitable programs, equipment, and the children of all those communities and the teenagers are receiving the same. Now, some things will be different. There could be a program that may be slightly different, but right now it's cattywampus, and bless the hearts to those 501s that have tried, but we're just not adequate. We're not fair across the board, and for the dollar amount that we're looking at here, I feel it's really time that we consider taking those over and having just a fair recreational after-school programs. I know we talked a little bit about it, and it's in the report, if you go back to it, and I did some research that while we have these programs, school districts have the same, and school districts are increasing some of their after-school programs. They don't offer the same, and those aren't guaranteed, and it doesn't negate the fact that we still need to offer these types of programs. So I'm asking the council today if you would consider adopting now our community centers under the umbrella of the city of Glendale, and I would look forward to seeing us increase in how we could be more efficient with those programs. But I think it's time now. So I would ask the mayor to have a discussion with the council and put that in the budget, and let's have these back under the care and guardianship of the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Any discussion?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
thank you. While I support the concept, and I believe that there is a need to re-energize the community centers, all I've been talking about today is this is not the time to do it financially. Next year, if you bring it forward and we have recovered financially, I would support it. But I will not support it at this moment.
Mr. Melvin?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess one question I have is if staff can answer, why did we go to this model in the first place? We used to have community centers. What was the reason why we went to a nonprofit model versus the city running them?
Ms. Clark, you want to answer that?
Cost saving. Bottom line is we thought we could save money.
Okay. And I don't know if you have the answer to this, if I may, Mayor. How successful were they before you did that?
I think when the city ran the community centers, they were very successful. When we opted to go the nonprofit route, as Councilmember Aldama said, services and programs were very uneven. There was a lot of fighting between the various nonprofits that didn't help either. And so as a result, as well-meaning as they were, I believe they failed in their mission to provide adequate services to the kids.
Okay, thank you for that. I mean, I would be in support of moving forward, at least to some degree. I don't know if we want to do all the centers at this time, but maybe go into a model and see how successful it is at a lower cost and kind of test it and see how it works, and then determine if we feel like that model is worth the money we need to invest into it.
Mayor, if I may, just can I answer the
Which
question
were you
to
pointing
the
at?
Vice Mayor?
You're pointing at me? Okay.
Go ahead, Councilmember. I'll yield to you.
I just didn't know which way you were pointing. Okay. I think it's a great idea, but it was my understanding that one of the issues was attendance, and that's because the schools have essentially kind of cornered the market on this after-school programs. And then you mentioned something about the school programs. I'm not sure, are they not successful, or?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. So I recently resigned my position on the school board and no longer on there, but before I left, we had numerous conversations about that, and schools are trying to retain students. That's what they're trying to do, and their competition, whether you agree or not, are charter schools, so they're doing anything and everything to retain students for their ADM, for their cost per pupil. It's not, and don't get me wrong, they do want to tutor kids, but most of it is geared towards retention of students. So they're not concentrating the way we would on the programs that we would provide for the kids. And then they don't have an after-school recreational facility such as Foothills. And so schools are doing better, but it's more geared towards the retention of students. Councilmember or Vice Mayor, prior to 2013, all recreational programs were cut from the budget as a cost-saving measure, completely gone, taken out. Since then, this council has done an excellent job in managing its finances that if there was a curb, we went up this way and did really well, and we never re-implemented, and we're still on this plateau doing really well. I get what the council member is saying, and COVID is uncertain. It's really uncertain right now. But when is the time and to re-implement? And I'm going to pull a comment out that the vice mayor said once was, if we're going to do it, go big. You said go big. Why would we go halfway on, I think it's 341,000 total, and then you reduce it down to 246 with the one time. But this is the time, it's time now. We've done well, and there is some uncertainties. However, I have not heard from the city manager that it's doom and gloom and the sky is falling. I've heard that our projections are higher than we should, and that's not a time to go out and spend luxurious things, but this is our community, and I think it's time. So I'm asking that we invest in this community. I don't want to pick on Foothills, but we just talked about adding another $50,000 to match a grant. I think it's great. I applaud that. Thus far, in two budget years, $300,000 from general fund for Foothills, $250,000 last year out of the general fund that we didn't know about. And I applauded that too, because I want the facility to be safe for those individuals. But $300,000 over 2 years in two different budgets. I think it's time that we assume these programs, and I'd appreciate your support. I think the community would accept that even more so.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Aldama, because I would like to let the council know that the $50,000 for the Foothills Sports Complex is leveraging $150,000 with the $50,000 investment. They were able to, the Arrowhead Little League was able to secure an ASTA grant for $50,000. They're raising $50,000 and we're matching $50,000. So we're getting, for $50,000, we're getting $150,000 worth of work done at the sports complex. So I think it's a good investment, and I appreciate the council supporting forward with that. I just don't know how successful this is going to be. I mean, I want to support this. I just don't want to make the investment and then find out that there's 5 kids there. So, I mean, that's the issue with me, is that they're keeping them at schools, and how do we know whether they're going to come to the community center? I don't know how we would determine that. I just don't want to, I don't want to make the investment and then find out that we've committed to this, and between all 3 community centers, there's, you know, a dozen kids or 20 kids or something like that. And then the cost per person is exorbitant for what we're doing. So, I don't know, if we've looked at other models or other cities running their own community centers, how are they getting the kids to go there? Do we have to transport them to get them to go there? I just, I would want to know that if we're investing the money, that we're going to have kids participating and that it's going to be making a difference in the community. And I don't know how we find that out.
Mayor?
Mayor?
I was next. Mayor.
Actually, Councilmember Hugh is next. So
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I support Councilman Aldama's suggestion. I think it is time take a look at our community centers. We remember people that founded them, council member, and they did a great job in the past. I think it's worth taking a look at again. Thank you, Mayor. Who else was over here?
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Until we redistricted, O'Neill was community center, was in my district, and I kept track of it and the activities within it. O'Neill was immensely successful. They had between 60 and 100 kids there on any given day after school. They served a square mile with over 1,300 homes, and there were at least 2,000 children in the area that it served. I know I can't speak to Rose Lane or Glendale, but I know I can speak to O'Neill. It was immensely popular. It was a very, very good program. And again, I have nothing but praise for when the city ran those programs. I just don't think the time is right. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, just a couple of thoughts, and I think Councilmember Tomachoff, really raised an excellent question. What my observation, I think staff's observation would be, is that while they were well-intended not-for-profits, the reality is they were inconsistent with their hours. They were open sometimes, not open other times, and I think it sent a really inconsistent message to the potential kids who could use it. If a retail store just randomly opened up their hours and didn't have consistent hours, at some point people would quit coming, because if you came a couple times and nothing was going on, you would stop. So I'm confident that if we were to go forward with these programs, having our staff do it, that we will be fully engaged, we can put together quality programs, provide the consistency that we need to have, and then to work then through our public affairs team to make sure that the community knows that we've got a little bit different kind of a model going forward. One of the things that we get challenged with, and again, well-intended not-for-profits, but we have to maintain those facilities. And again, I think our staff being there, being able to, kind of being our facility, I think we'll see over time maybe a little bit better general maintenance and probably less wear and tear on the building that's there. And then just one thing for consideration, the budget that we provided during the analysis for Councilmember Aldama was for an entire year of programming. It likely would take us some time really to ramp up, to come in and to decide what kinds of programs we want to do, what those costs would be. So my guess is that's several months of work really to get ready to reopen an after-school program. And so very well that amount could be on the high side. But I would say we would monitor that very closely, Councilmember Tomachoff, and I think we'd want to just engage our full team to make sure that A, the community knows about it, and that B, that we offer them the kind of the consistency and quality of programming that they would expect if they went to our library or they went to some of our other city run programs.
I have a couple thoughts on this. One is I guess I'm glad that we don't have it right now, because with the COVID-19, they wouldn't be able to go anyway. But with that said, I did hear on the news this morning, very early this morning, that they believe, and again, this is just speculation, some thought is they believe this COVID-19 is going to relax a lot, but then come back in late fall, and potentially we could have another round, hopefully not nearly as intense as this. I'm not sure if this year is ideal to set it up, but I really think it's a great idea to set something up like this. With one caveat, we've got very near us Grand Canyon University, which goes out of their way to try to teach these young college students opportunities for the future. And I would highly encourage you, or you and some other people, or us, somebody, to talk with them to find out if they'd be interested in partnering with us, where maybe we could utilize some of their students as interns for temporary staff to help them with their college education. I think that there could be maybe a good cross there, and I think they might be interested in doing it. So,
Mayor, go ahead.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I believe that there's great partnership possibilities, but we can't do those unless we take the step forward to implement these programs as outlined. I want to address Councilmember Tomachoff. And Councilmember Tomachoff, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you. I think every time this year you and I go back and forth with Foothills, but there are some facts there, because I want that building to even increase in its productivity of the programs and everything. So, but just so you know, I just make sure it's transparent, make sure the facts are out there. In 2019, the revenues for the Foothills was $952,052. The expenditures were $1,613,901. That's $661,000 that we had to supplement that. And that's almost every year in the past several years. Yes, we're serving kids. Yes, we're serving the community. Yes, it's a great facility. Absolutely should go nowhere, and we should continue to invest in that. All I'm asking is for a fraction of what the BRAC has. That's it. Whether or not we partner with colleges, we can do that with the college right here down the street. Absolutely. But we're not giving a commitment to this community, and we have not done it thus far, and it sounds like we may not do it again. I challenge you to go big and implement these programs under our purview. I don't think it's a lot to ask. But $661,000 in 2019, and is it worth it or not? Absolutely it is. But we're forgetting that every year we put in about $600,000 to that place.
Mayor?
Mayor, could I just respond to that?
You may, yeah.
Thank you. Over 200,000 of that was the utility bill for Foothills Record. It was the only facility that was paying its own utilities in the city. Now, it's no longer doing that, but I think it was 210,000, if I remember correctly. Somewhere around that amount was what Foothills was paying for the utilities there. So they're not paying that. The expenditures, obviously revenues are going to be down because there's no programs happening out of there right now. Normally it comes pretty close to covering, within about 70% of covering its cost with its revenues that running the programs out of there, the swimming pool for the high schools and things like that. But just so you're aware, that was moved now, I think, over to facilities. Is that where the utility costs for the Foothills Recreation Center was moved off of their budget, and I think it went to facilities, but that is recent. That budget included over $200,000 in utility costs and it was the only facility that was paying its own utilities. Thank you.
Mayor?
Mr. Milner.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question for staff. Of the three centers we're talking about here, which ones currently are, I guess, vacant or available to move forward on a program like this right away?
Mayor, members of the council, I've been checking with my staff here on that very question. So the city is still running Glendale Community Center using part-time staff. We have a nonprofit working at O'Neill. That's the Roots Group, but I believe they may be sort of in and out of there. There have been some shutdowns. And then we have a nonprofit, Wheels in Motion, doing some programming at Heroes Park. It's not a traditional after-school program. Does that answer your question?
I guess sufficiently, yes. I guess, again, my point is, if we move forward, we're talking $247,000. Is that truly enough to staff 3 centers full-time? I mean, it seems a little low to me to actually be able to have the manning and the supplies. I guess the supplies are separate, but to run this out, I just want to make sure that if we're going to commit to do something like this, is that really truly the cost, the salary, the benefits, and everything else that go along with having city employees run an operation?
Utilities.
The utilities, et cetera. And I guess we're doing the utilities regardless, but like I say, I would be in favor of moving forward on doing, I believe it is time, but I also recognize the timing may not be the right time because of what we've been going through and what this fall, we still don't know what we're going to go through. But I think we could at least start planning, put some plans together. And again, I still believe that if we do go forward, that perhaps we do it at a smaller scale. If we have one building that is totally already being staffed by city employees, that we use that as a model, we advertise it, we promote it, we see how well it reacts rather than invest the full-blown $247,000. Maybe we can do a third of that, and if it's successful, and then we get through COVID-19, we will know, hey, this is really going to be a great program. Let's go full bore and really make this work for the city. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor?
Actually, you were next, then you're next. Trish, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Councilmember Turner. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and I would like to see us plan for a hard opening starting July 1 of 2021. Be a year from now. That would give us time to plan, figure out what we're doing. It would get us past all of the COVID stuff. And that I could support. And I also want to go agree with you about something you said about Foothills. I too think that Foothills is a gem in the city of Glendale. And I have always recognized that it covers 70% of the cost. But you are right. The percentage that's left at that 30% is quite large. And it is time that we recognize that while we are willing to commit resources for Foothills, we need to be equally cognizant of the needs at the 3 community centers. Now, I'm not asking for an equal amount of money to go to anything, but I do agree with you that it is time, but it's not time. It's time a year from now, and I could support seeing those 3 community centers, and I agree with you, go big or don't go. I don't agree with Councilmember or Vice Mayor Malnar on this. I would say, let's plan for this, but let's do it in the right way, and let's wait till COVID is over and plan definitively to open them in the summer of 2021.
Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mayor. In Councilmember Hughes' district, we have Rose Lane, and I didn't hear that mentioned as far as, is it open, working well? Is it supplying or fulfilling the need in that community, or does it leave something to be desired?
Mayor, members of the council, again, at the risk of being wrong about this, but I've been emailing back and forth. There isn't anything operating at Rose Lane right now. So this CIOSI was done back last year. It was actually completed last year in October, I want to say. Shows what we would need at O'Neill and Rose Lane. Those are the 2, and then some additional for the Glendale Community Center, which we are operating right now. I was trying to get a number on the amount of participants there, and I'm not able to get that for you. I'd have to send it to you later to kind of give you a gauge of how successful that program is. My understanding is it has relatively good participation, but I don't have the exact number for you.
Thank you. So Mayor, having given this some thought and I'm willing to move forward on this. I'm willing to put into the budget the money so that we can do this and be successful at it. But I know that these are uncertain times. COVID and, is the biggest uncertainty. But it's also important during uncertain times that entities like ours try to provide as much certainty and surety as we can. Our young people are extremely important. I think if we're able to provide, if it turns out we're able to provide a good program there for a significant number of young people, that's a reward that we'll reap every year going forward. And it may also, if we have these opportunities available, it may also help parents go back to work or stay at work, things like that. So, which may be an important aspect of returning to normal if we don't have a second or third wave. So at this point, I'm willing to put money in the budget to do this and proceed forward. And they may not all three, well, one's open, but they may not all three start up on the same day, but we can, we should be working towards that. Let's put the money in there. And then we also have every opportunity to invite outside partners in to provide a particular program or to take over a specific day that's theirs each week or something like that to help keep costs down. But I'm ready to move forward.
Okay, with that said, did anybody have any objections with my idea of talking with Grand Canyon University to see if they would be willing to partner with us?
Mayor, I don't object to it, but I don't want to hinge it on that.
I'm trying to get some opportunity for discussion to see if they're even willing to partner with us. If they could, first of all, if it was their employees, not ours, then we don't have to worry about all sorts of benefits and things like that. Potentially, it could be cheaper for us in the long run, but I think it's worthy of discussion and the opportunity to at least reach out to them to find out if they're interested.
I can agree to that, and I think it's a great idea. However, a slippery slope here. Yes, you would have my consensus to partner with all colleges in the local areas, but it must be for all of our centers, not just these three. Foothills, hundreds of thousands of dollars of staffing and part-time staff. So if we're going to do that, let's start looking at all of our centers and the Foothills, how we're going to implement a partnership with colleges to take, because you're absolutely right. I think it's a genius idea, but it can't just be some of the recreation centers.
Say that one more time.
Genius.
Oh, okay.
Right now. So I think if we're going to do that, we need to look at it holistically. We can't continue to operate one center fully staffed. I thought it was, let me just ask the city manager to ask one of your staff, how much we spend on staffing at Foothills, including part-time. Is it $500,000 for? That's a little too much.
I'll defer to either Amy or Elizabeth.
But my point is it needs to be holistically, so.
Mayor, members of the council, just give me a minute. I do have that information.
Mayor?
Yeah. Okay, while we're waiting for that, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I would be willing to go ahead. I think at this point, I would say, put a placeholder in the budget. We still have time. In 2 weeks, we're going to be talking about CIP, but maybe we could have some a little bit more formulated plan, exactly how this would work. We have, I believe, maybe Mr. Stoddard would know, I thought we had IGAs with all of the colleges already because we've talked about doing an internship program with the city. I don't know if those are all in place, but I think that's a great way to save money at the adult center, at Foothills, especially people that are majoring in, sports medicine or other things. Even some medical students probably would be interested in working with in some of the centers. But I don't know if they're all still in place, but I know at one time we did have an IGA with NAU, ASU, U of A, and I believe Grand Canyon University. Also, we could give credit and as well as pay them. I mean, I don't know whether they would do it just for credit and no pay, but you can definitely. There's no benefits. They're not hired. But I'd like to definitely look at that model, making use of that actually citywide. Really, we've talked about it before.
And the reason I brought this up, a couple of years ago, Brian Mueller and I were talking and discussing the possibility of maybe GCU coming to Glendale High School and tutoring specifically those students, try to bring them up to where they could get a high enough grades where they could go to GCU on basically a scholarship, on a condition that they in turn, when they were in their sophomore or junior year, would come back to Glendale and tutor the next students. And so I know that there was a want and a need for them to help educate. I just seen that this is a strong possibility. I still worry that we may be jumping the gun a little bit too early, but you got to start planning today, no matter what. Whether the economy is good or bad, or COVID-19 is here or it isn't here, we still have to start planning on what we want to do, and then look at that day and decide whether we can do it that day or if we have to put it off for another month.
Well, Mayor, if I could, by not putting the money in the budget now, or at least a placeholder for it, we wouldn't be able to roll out a program for next summer anyway. I mean, we're going to need the money in this year's budget in order to roll out a program for next summer. So.
Correct.
I think I agree that this is something that we should do. I'd like to have a little bit better idea of exactly what it is we're going to be doing, but I'm willing to put a placeholder in the budget now and then have somebody bring us back a more specific idea of what this is going to be.
Mayor, if I could just maybe add one thought. I think one of the challenges that we've had is that when you have essentially volunteer organizations doing it, you really only have, you sometimes get inconsistency even though their heart is in the right place. The after-school program that you referenced from GCU, one of the reasons why it's successful is because they have full-time dedicated staff to making sure that the programs are running. And so, I think what we've been challenged with is we haven't had the consistency to build the programs up. I think what my recommendation would be is you use staffing to get the programs going, and then you partner with, and really there's three partners I see potentially, and that we need not to forget Arizona Christian, which has just opened up down the street as well, is that you use your volunteers to grow your programs and increase your amount of participation. But I think to have that consistency, my recommendation would be to make sure the city still has our staff that's assigned solely with the responsibility of making sure those programs, are moving forward, and then we work and we partner. I think only to go partnership ways, I think we're going to find ourselves potentially at some point in the same predicament we're at today. And I don't know if that's what if you were referencing that or not, but it just seems to me the sweet spot would be funding staff to put the programs together to make sure that all the I's and T's and dots are crossed and whatever, and then partner with our volunteer organizations to have more volunteers so we can grow the programs.
Right, and my point is let's open up discussion with them to see, first of all, if they're interested, but secondly, see what their ideas, what their thoughts are, how we could make this thing work. I don't think anybody disagrees with Councilmember Aldama that it's a need. I think we all agree on that. It's trying to decide how do we pay for it and at what time would we actually implement it. I think that's the two biggest concerns that all of us have.
Mayor,
Yeah,
go ahead.
thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll accept that, appreciate it. So I'm just going to be blunt. I, as an individual council member, and I speak for many of the community members who've been asking, I won't accept a placeholder. We've been a placeholder. We've been in a parking lot for too many years. Too many years. So today I'm not accepting a parking lot for a placeholder. We can start a program now for either equal to or the same amount that we're paying for, and I'm sorry we have to use Foothills as an example, but I'm sorry, Councilmember.
It's okay.
For the amount that we're paying for the utilities at that building, equal amount or just above that to start a program over here for 3 centers. It's incredible. And I'll ask staff to answer the question, but I have it here. It is $507,000 for part-time staff at Foothills. $500,000, $500,000 for part-time staff. Part-time staff. So almost $700,000. For a fraction of that, we can start programs now. And you're right, we put it in July 1. We probably won't even have a program started until the fall. And if we're concerned about COVID, which I am, that's why I'm wearing this. Boys and Girls Club opened up nine clubs just this month. They're open, they have kids. I don't necessarily agree with it 110%, but the fact is the need is there, folks. $500,000, and please, Mayor, please correct me if I'm wrong.
Mayor, members of the council, as far as the cost for personal services at Foothills, including benefits and retirement for fiscal year 2019, we did spend about $800,000, and for part-time staff for fiscal year 19, it's about $500,000. It's about $500,000.
Mr. Mayor, as any attorney would say, I'm not an attorney, I rest my case. I'm done.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on everything that's been stated here today, I would be willing to support putting this money into the current budget, with the caveat that we don't know where COVID is going, we don't know what's going to happen this fall, but starting the planning phases would be appropriate to move forward and making this a reality. Thank you.
Mayor, I just wanted to clarify for Councilmember Waldama. I was saying that I thought we should allocate the money because even to stand up a program by next summer, there has to be money in the budget. I just meant as a placeholder because we're not exactly sure when we're going to be spending any of it because of the current circumstances. And exactly, I wasn't sure exactly whether Councilmember Milner was talking about just starting at one center or or rolling it out all 3 centers. And if we're going to do that, I don't know whether they've even been assessed for their ability to actually host these kind of programs. We toured, I don't remember if we toured all of them, but I don't know whether we're going to have to spend any money on. That's why I just said I'd like to have a little more information, because I don't know if there's anything we're going to need to do as far as the facilities to be able to do these programs. And Rose Lane's not being used at all, is it? I mean, are the restrooms up to par? And I mean, is everything in working order? I don't know if we even know that. That's why I'd like to have a little bit more information to know exactly. I support doing this. I think we should do it. And I didn't mean a placeholder as in maybe next time. I meant I just wanted to get more information.
One thing I want to be clear on is how much money are you asking?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a great question, and I got a follow-up for that. I would ask our staff, because I already changed the page here. I don't have it. Vicki Rios, you may have that. And really what it is, it's a difference in our ending balance by the amount that you have, what, 246, 300?
Mayor, members of the council, again, the numbers I have here are about 95,000 in one time and 246,000 in ongoing. We can, as far as what the facilities need and that type of thing, Council Member Tomolchoff is correct, as is the city manager. It doesn't include things like potentially revamping the air conditioning or things like that. It's just sprucing up these facilities and getting them equipped, and then the staff, part-time staff, to run them after school. We can take a look at that, though, because we do have some other funding sources that we might be able to use, including CDBG funds and some other things. So there's, I think what Councilmember Aldama is proposing is to add this amount to the budget, and then as far as some of these other questions, we can get back to you on if there are any other needs, and once we kind of get in there and start reassessing if there is anything else.
My other question for Councilmember Aldama, been said after school multiple times. Are you talking about only after school, or are you talking about all year long, 12 months?
Yeah, I'm talking all, it needs to operate all year round, Mayor. So there's after-school programs, there's tutoring programs, there's technology programs, and then there's just those fundamental aspects of these programs, such as, you know, foosball, pool table, basketball, learning how to cook, learning all those things that kids need to know that we have in other places of the city. So it's a lot. It's not just a small program. All I'm asking is to implement and get it started, but it would be year-round. And I believe they only operate now after 2:30, I think, when school's out,
Okay, so
until 8 p.m.
would we be competing with schools, and would we be competing with Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, those type of things?
I think there's probably some competition, but the YWCA, YMCA, and Boys and Girls Club have a fee associated with the membership, so you can't play if you don't pay. But they have I think they're set. We're not going to take away from them. And then the school district, again, they're focused more on retention of students. I think there's enough here to split. I don't think we're competing against the schools at all. But again, talking about the partnerships, we can probably even look at implementation and see how we can partner with the school districts.
All right.
And then I want to answer just a little bit on the facilities. You're absolutely right. If you look at these facilities, we put some money into the Glendale Community Center, but that wasn't city money, folks. That was a grant. We got a 501c group in there, partnered with the Fiesta Bowl, and we put part of that money, not all of it, and the rest of it went to administrative costs. But that's it. The city hasn't put money into the facilities. But any repairs of the facilities has to happen anyway. The city has to be responsible for their buildings. Again, cool decking for $250,000. We had to do that. Absolutely. I'd do it again. Air conditioning unit, paint, that's all within our budget. We should have that capital expenditure already. So that's really outside of it. But I think is it 341,000 is the two numbers combined?
Mayor, members of the council, that's correct.
So Mayor, it's 341,966. Knowing that if we put the money in July 1, we probably won't expend it all, simply because we can't get kids in there today. Let's budget it, let's have a plan in place, and let's start opening these centers under the city of Glendale.
So my next question is, then how do you gauge this? How do you rule it? How many kids need to be there to make it worthwhile for us to do that? And at what point do you say, okay, we don't have enough kids, or, I mean, you have to have something to gauge that by. What is the plan for that?
Yeah, and that wouldn't be me, Mayor, that would be our staff. But here's what I'll challenge you, and I'll go out on the limb and say it right now. Let's put the money in now. Let's fully implement. And I'll tell you, I'll make this deal for the community. I'm the representative. If it fails by next June 30th, don't open them again. But I guarantee you will have enough kids to benchmark the numbers that are satisfactory for us to continue.
Yeah, and that was my question, is what is that benchmark? What is considered failure? What's considered success? 10 kids, 100 kids?
Yeah, I think our staff can do that by researching Foothills with the full promotions, and that's part of the reason why we have to take over our city. The city has to take over. We're not promoting these programs. We don't have the same marketing as Foothills. If you start marketing and promoting, like any event, like anything you do, you build it, they will come. But we can't benchmark because we haven't even opened these things yet to the full extent that we can. Once we do, we set a benchmark with our staff. We have great Parks and Recreation staff that can do that. They could probably use some historical data that we've had before 13 when we had tons of kids in there. And again, I'll cut the deal. If it don't work, cut it. Demo the buildings, we're done. But we can't do that until we fully invest.
Mayor. Good. And I will say that I honestly do believe that Councilmember Aldama's got his finger on the pulse of his community, and I think he's shown that during his 6 years in office now. If you look at the success of the things that he's undertaken, the Kids on Fishing events just grown every year, and is working with the very same kids, very same families that we're talking about for these community centers. And his recent music event in downtown Glendale a few months ago was, I think, a terrific success, and it brought to some degree a different part of our community to our downtown to enjoy a great night with a lot of fun music. I think that, I think I'm willing to trust him that when he says that there's a demand for this, I believe I've seen it, but I know that he wouldn't say it if he hadn't seen it himself. So I'm a go. I'm with you.
Mayor, I'd just like to add one last thing. In regard to the 501c that's still there at O'Neill Park, they've struggled. We know that. We've seen it over the last 4 or 5 years. I would go out and say that if we do this, that the city reach out to that organization and maybe they can become that part-time staff through a process. There's always a hiring process. But if I'm not discounting the 501cs, what I'm discounting is that they just don't have the manpower to raise the dollars they need for the successful programs that our kids need. But maybe under the preview of the city of Glendale as an employee, they could probably do much better. So maybe we look into that as well. But that's where I am, and I hope you guys would support that. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Mayor, about this topic or about other questions we had about general fund?
Well, let's finish this one. You didn't have any about this one?
No, I think we should go ahead and put it in the budget and see and put together a program.
All right, do you have what you need on that item?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on any other questions on general funds from anybody? Okay, if not, why don't we go ahead and break?
Mayor,
for-
I do.
Okay, you gotta speak up, go ahead.
So is the plan after lunch, we'll be working on the other things in the slideshow, and we're gonna wrap up? the general budget?
My plan was to, general funds, we're done with this, so if you have questions on that, let's get them out by now.
Yes, in our binders, under the Mayor and Council tab, page number 3 is for the mayor's office, and keeping in mind this is the manager's recommended budget. Though I didn't know at the time, and perhaps others did, but maybe we all now recall that back in June of last year, on the 11th, when we were doing final budget adoption, a motion was presented, and beyond how it was described, it also went on and eliminated a position in the mayor's office and transferred the money, the salary and benefits for that, to supplies in the mayor's office. So I see that it's recommended, so that was $150,000 that was added to supplies in the mayor's office. I see the recommendation for next year, Mr. Manager, is that we allocate $150,000 to supplies in the mayor's office. I noticed the council members each get $196. Not $196,000, but $196 for supplies in our budget. So I'm curious as to why, A, what if anything was done with the $150,000 that was added to the mayor's budget for this fiscal year, and then why are we recommending that the mayor have $150,000 in supplies, which I think is pens, paper clips, and 3-ring binders. At least that's what it is in my office. So I need some clarity on that before I'd be able to.
Oh, Mayor, members of
Support
the
it.
council. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finished.
Nope, go ahead.
Yes, at the end of the year, last year, there was a position that was eliminated, and the funding for that position was transferred. These are very broad categories, services and supplies, so it isn't simply supplies like paper clips and those types of things. It's any type of professional services or materials that the mayor would spend it on. Now, it also was increased, not quite a full 150,000, because there was 23,000 or so already budgeted in that line item, I believe. But there was a significant increase, but it's not the full 150,000, I don't believe.
Okay. Now, when I went on to, or if one goes on to Follow Your Money, I think, and looks for expenditures from this account, it comes out to just a few $100s for postage and maybe a community event or something. And which I don't object to that. I can't see $150,000 in supplies, and if we are going to be transparent, well, first I would advocate that money, seeing as the position doesn't exist, that money should go back to the general fund. And that and if we are, I know in my budget, I don't use supplies on consulting services or any of the other things that I think you might have been suggesting. Supplies are supplies, and for the sake of transparency to the public, money that's put into a particular category the category ought to reflect it. So if that office needs a different category, then perhaps, but perhaps the mayor can answer how that money's been used this year, if it's been used. But again, I think it's something that this council, we're the only ones apparently that hold ourselves to account. And if we don't do it, then shame on us. And I just want to know how this money's been used, if it has been, and why would we consider putting it in there for next year? If it's that vague and ambiguous, and why would the manager recommend it?
Well, I will attempt to answer. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll attempt to answer the things that I know of just off the top of my head. I think over a third of that. And Kirsten, I may have to have you help me out here. A third of that, we have a contract employee. What we were trying to do, unlike a lot of places, we were actually trying to cut as much as we could and still get as much done as possible. So rather than asking for increases, we were trying to figure out ways that we could cut to save the taxpayers money. A contract employee that does a lot of the video, social, that type of thing, which was a big part of the position that we eliminated, picks up a lot of that and actually does a very good job of that. And we'll be asking her if she's interested in rebidding that same position again. I've got 2 people in my office that are full-time. My intention was to try to bring them both up to class and pay. Most of you know Kirsten. She's not my chief of staff, but she's been doing an incredible job. I think all of you know, because every one of you calls my office and asks for help, and a lot of your assistants do. I think she's done an incredible job, and she's doing it for far less than the position really should be paid. So I'm not asking for a chief of staff position. We're simply looking to bring her up more to what she's doing, because she is in fact working the budget. As far as other expenses off the top of my head, I don't have the notes in front of me, because nobody has called me up and said, can you explain how this works? I know that U.S. Conference of Mayors, we have become full members of that, which has already been paying some dividends in multiple different ways. Mr. Stoddard, is there anything off the top of your head that you can remember that we've gotten engaged in that? I know the League of Cities, we've become more engaged also.
Yeah, Mayor, I would just note, as you said, U.S. Conference of Mayors dues are paid out of your operational budget. National League of Cities dues are paid out of non-departmental, not out of the council office, but non-departmental. But your budget has borne the dues for the registration membership of U.S. Conference of Mayors.
Did I forget anything?
Just the community events.
Oh, yeah.
All of the community events and everything that goes for them, the advertising and such comes out of that budget. So the September, you have your Stand Up for Veterans and the blood drive in January. I know I'm forgetting stuff. Sorry.
Too many events.
Oh, Glendale University. Part of that is, but part of that is from a donation fund. ASU helps support that part of that too.
But not the staffing, or they pretty much cover the dinners.
So unfortunately, what we would have had Friday, the military induction ceremony, we help with part of that. Chamber helps as well. February, we have something every month.
Yeah, we had the Vietnam Wall. We had
Yes.
Stand Up for Veterans, Big
State
Dog
of the
Run.
City, part of State of the City comes out of that.
Yeah, well, yeah. So there's a lot of pieces to that. I can assure you, the money that my office gets, we're spending less than we did. Because of this COVID-19, we're spending even less money because several trips have gotten canceled and the hotel room and air flight's been canceled. So I'm not trying to spend money. I'm trying to save it wherever I can, but still do the office and represent the citizens of Glendale the way I see fit.
So, Mayor, if I may, for an organization that prides itself on transparency, that doesn't seem particularly transparent. That didn't seem to be something that could easily be discerned on follow your money. I had a couple of residents that had spoke with me about that and trying to find, where the money from this account goes, if it goes anywhere.
And all you gotta do is just come and ask me.
Well, no, sir, that's not the way it works. In a transparent organization, you don't have to go and ask anybody. You can go online and find out that kind of information.
And Mr.
And our
Turner,
residents have a right to do that, and they shouldn't have to contact
Okay,
any one of us
I'm not gonna
individually.
speak over you.
Well, then
I can
don't. I
simply-
have the floor. So,
If you make
but the
accusations,
point
I'm gonna
being,
answer those.
the point being that I know I'll have a hard time voting in favor of this going forward, at a future point. I think we need to get this, find out this information and, if necessary, redesign the mayor's budget and accounting so that it is transparent and that there's some, some better information about it, because it appears as if, at least so far as residents have looked for it for me, they can't find any more than 4 or 5 perhaps expenditures for postage and a small amount for a community event. And if all of these other events are being paid for out of that budget, then that's something the public should know, and it's also something the council should know. I've had council members ask me, are we spending money on this event or that event? And I didn't think we were, but I find out today that perhaps we are. So let's see if we can't do some accounting work here and provide some clarity to this and bring it back up when we come back to the general fund budget discussion next time.
Sir? I can say that were some discussions with the budget department because of the names of the accounts. We recognized a month ago that we needed to add some of the lines that they're being discussed to increase transparency, professional and contractual and such. So we were working with the budget department to identify what those accounts were, because you have to utilize the account numbers and the names that are already in place in the system. So we had those discussions to make it a little more transparent instead of it looking like one big pot.
So, thank you, and very good. It just shows I'm on the right track. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Ms. Tomachoff.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a couple of general fund questions. Where are the memberships and what are we renewing? Because normally I see that in the budget. Are we renewing GPAC? Are we renewing Westmark? Are we renewing Chamber? I don't know how to know that by looking at what I have here. So do we have a list of, I know last year there were some discussions about not renewing all of our membership. So is that in here somewhere, or can somebody get that for us?
Mayor, members of the council, just give us a minute and we'll get the information for you.
Mayor, also, they're paid out of different places, and so that is one thing we probably didn't point out, which is the 2 departments that did their detailed budgets this year were Economic Development and the Water Department. So within the Economic Development Department, you can probably see that detail on their detail pages. But the other ones are paid out of non-departmental. Ms. Camacho will get you that number.
Economic Development, I looked at that, that's why I was confused. It says International Council of Shopping Centers, International Economic Development Council, Urban Land Development, Arizona Association of Economic Development, Phoenix Chamber of Young Professionals, Aerospace Membership, Opportunity Zone of America, Arizona Tech Council, and a subscription fee for the Business Journal. That's all I see under memberships. I just read it right out of the breakdown here. So
And like I said, I mean, this last budget year, we had some discussions about what memberships we felt like we were getting value out of, and now I can't find it anywhere in here.
So
And
Mayor,
while you're, I'm sorry, go ahead.
sorry, on the next page, let's see, under his detailed budget, one more page over, under business development, it's not in the category of memberships, but under business development, he has the contract for the Glendale Chamber of Commerce, Applied Economics contract, Canadian Business Council membership, and the downtown manager contract. And then the very last line of his detailed budget is the Greater Phoenix Economic Council membership. So some of them are here, and this is specifically where GPEC is. It's $112,027.
Okay. What about Westmark? Are we renewing our membership with Westmark? Has there been any discussion about that?
Mayor, members of the council, Westmark is budgeted in non-departmental.
And where?
Non-departmental.
Oh, okay, that's just included in the dollar amount then?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, that is correct.
Okay, I have another question if I could, Mayor. I know that the recreation temporary pay adjustment was under the not recommended supplementals for $50,751. I had this discussion yesterday, but I just wanted to put it out there publicly. Last year, Councilmember Hugh and I both experienced last-minute cancellation swimming programs, which are really important to the community. I think it's one of the most important things we offer to the community, especially swim lessons for young children. It's huge in preventing drownings. And we were unable to hire, we were not competitive, and we were unable to staff and hire, and canceled lots of programs. In fact, I think all of the swim lessons were canceled, and at the very last minute. So I just want to say publicly that I hope by not having this in the budget, that doesn't happen again next year. We need to make sure that we are competitive in this temporary pay. And by the way, some of that temporary pay, about $300,000 of that temporary pay is the swimming program at the Foothills Recreation, which is really, really important to teaching kids how to swim. But I understand why this isn't in here. I hope that it's not a problem next year with the hiring temporary recreation, especially swim instructors. It's very competitive, and it's probably even more important at Rose Lane than it is even in Foothills. There's that, if you look at the maps and stuff, there's more drownings in that vicinity than other areas of the city. So it's something that we need to make sure that we're able to provide for the community. The last thing is internal services, and we go through this every year, and just going to use my own budget. My internal services charge is $16,235. I think they charge all of us the same internal services charge. And I figured that out. It comes out to 10,000, I got to find the budget here. It's 1.5 people in the budget because I share an assistant. That comes out to $10,823 internal service charge per person. I can't find, and I did the math on budget and finance. Their charge per person is, I can't find anybody that's paying that high of a charge per person for budget and finance. If you take all of their internal service charges and divide it by the number of people, it's $6,503 per person. I can't find anybody who's paying $10,000, almost $11,000 per person in internal services charge. And my other question is, there's literally between the council, the Cactus and the Cholla council office, there's 3 people. So I don't understand why we're paying the same internal service charge that the rest of the councils, because we have one person who's using the same equipment to staff both of our offices. So I don't know how, it seems to me like the way they must figure out how much they need and then decide, because I really was confused when I saw that Cactus and Cholla are paying the same internal service charge for 3 people to staff 2 districts as the same exact amount as somebody who's got their own set of office technology things to staff a single district. So somebody can explain to me how these charges work. I get confused about it every year. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, we can give you, a little more information about your specific budget if you'd like, but not all of these charges are based on a per person basis. Some are based by number of people, some are based on number of devices, some are, there are the risk management premiums in there, which almost everyone's internal premiums went up because there was a large increase to the risk management and workers' compensation and benefits. Well, actually, benefits are up above, but not all. They're not all based on per person, so it isn't. It wouldn't be a good methodology to just take them and divide by the number of people and say that they're not equivalent, because they're not all based just on people. They're based on various different factors.
Okay, this is the only city device I have is an iPad that's essentially not supported by our IT department. I don't have a desktop. I use my own laptop that belongs to me, and I use my own phone. I get a stipend for my phone. But we're literally, even with the risk management and the workman's comp, we're splitting that cost between two districts. So I still don't understand how how you can just have the exact same amount charged. I'm sure not every office even uses the same number of devices per district. And how for every single council office the charge is identical baffles me.
Mayor,
Anybody?
members of the council, we can certainly, well, I didn't hear the question. What we can do is we'll do a detailed breakdown of your internal service charges and get that provided to you. We'll be more than glad to do that.
I'd like to see it by district, actually, at least for all the council office districts, how the breakdown is. Literally, I had the desktop taken because they replaced it. It still didn't work. I had them just take it out of my office. I never use it. So, but Jade is using the same desktop to serve the Cactus District as she's using to serve the Cholla District. We're sharing the cost of the person. Just like I said, it's a little baffling to me how it can be identical all the way around on the internal service charges.
Mayor, members of the council, for the council offices, we made it equal. Again, because of the way that we're budgeting for mayor and council now and the splitting, we just took the entire charge that used to be in council administration, and we split it equally between all of the districts. Again, this comes up every year. We make departments whole for this dollar amount, meaning if we increase it or we decrease it, it goes up or down. We're not asking departments, including the council offices or anyone else, to make up the difference between their normal operating budget. It's simply an allocation. We can take all of it out of the council offices and allocate it back to council the council administration org if we want to. It's just an allocation model, and the reason it's equal is because we took the entire amount and just divided it equally amongst all of the districts.
Is that how we've always done it?
Mayor, members of the council, no, that's not how we've always done it. We did that because we're trying to equal out all of the council district's office, and it's a difficult thing to do with this new model that we created where we have each of the different offices and trying to keep all of them with the same budget allocated between different things. The easiest thing to do was to divide the total equally between all 6 to keep everybody's budget the same dollar amount.
So Mayor, if I could, so I guess so basically there's a number for the council office, a total number. And so based on the total number of devices and people and everything.
and then that's divided up equally among the
That's
Mayor,
correct, that's
members
my
of the
understanding.
council, if you recall, council took an action last budget year, fiscal year 20, to have the budget for the council offices to be exactly the same, equally divided, and that's what we accomplished here with the proposal for the request for fiscal year 2021 for the council district offices. As Ms. Rios stated, the internal premiums are not by person. Some are calculated based on risk for risk management, workers' comp, device count for IT. But in order to accomplish the same dollar amount of a budget for all the council district offices, we had to kind of back into it and divide the total, and that's how we arrived to the 16,000 on an annual basis.
Okay, I mean, I understand that we all start out with the same budget, but I mean, our benefits are different, everything, I mean, it's not, my benefit costs aren't the same as Councilmember Aldama's, it's the same as Councilmember Hughes, so I just didn't understand why we're not, and the explanation didn't sound like what we were told last year, so I didn't know we were doing it a different way. I mean, I guess if that's how we're doing it, that's how we're doing it, but it just seems that the budgets are equal when we start. They're not equal once you get below that actual allocation. They're different because we have different amounts that we have in our budget that are not equal. So I was just curious why we were doing it that way. And it doesn't seem right because, like I said, we're sharing a person. So we're sharing the cost of that person's risk and equipment and everything else, and being assessed the same cost as somebody who's not. So I think that was all I had. What is the renewal amount of the Westmark membership?
Can't hear what you're saying.
What is the renewal amount for the Westmark membership?
Mayor, members of the council, it's $6,000.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on the general funds?
Yes, Mayor. Couple of very simple ones. Arts Commission community activities, 55,000. What is critical about that we need to grant that supplemental this year?
Mayor, members of the council, just give me a minute.
While you're looking at that one, excuse me, another new program, tobacco cessation program for 25,000. What makes that a critical need for this year? And then we had a discussion on software maintenance, but I'll save that because I believe that's brought up later on in the budget. So I would like you to explain to me what's critical about the two items I identified.
So, Mayor, members of the council, I'll address the tobacco cessation program. One of the initiatives that we've been talking about citywide is granting differential rates, insurance rates, or benefit rates, if you are medical specifically, for those who use tobacco and those who do not. And legally, in order to implement a program like that, where you're offering some type of discounted rate to those individuals who do not use tobacco, you have to have a tobacco cessation program in place for at least 1 year. So
That's
this,
good enough. That explains it.
Thank you.
Let's move on to Arts Commission, community activities. What makes that critical?
Mayor, members of the council, the request for the 55,000 is to fund community arts and cultural activities. Also, new programs and projects within the arts program.
Well, I don't consider that critical.
Mayor, members of the council, that's something that I did just want to mention that comes from the arts fund. It doesn't impact the general fund, and with the amount of construction and activities that are going on, there's fund balance in that fund, and that's a request from the staff in the arts program to use that funding to do more arts programs.
Good, just what we need to do right now. Okay, last item, window seal repairs was a supplemental that was brought forward and not recommended. I consider this proactive in preventing further damage to the building. Why was this not recommended? And I guess that answer would come from the city manager's office.
Give us a minute, please.
Okay. And that would be my last item for now.
Councilmember Clark, do you know what page that's on?
No, but I think I can give you the fund. That would require my getting into the supplementals. Window seal, training facility revenue, shows building maintenance and repair, building maintenance services, and the third line item is window seal repairs in the administration building, 50,000. For the it's under the training facility.
Okay, we found it now. It's under, it's a ceiling of windows at Gripstick.
Yeah, and I remember they were leaking, and I remember that was something that was felt that needed to be dealt with because it was going to cause further damage. And I just wonder why we haven't bothered to decide to for that work.
Mr. St. John, do you know anything about window ceiling at Gripstick?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Clark, I know that the window ceiling at the Gripstick was assessed a couple of years ago, added to the budget last year, and I thought the window seals were done at the Gripstick last year, but I'm not 100% sure about that.
Apparently not, because it was a supplemental that was not granted. So I would appreciate it if you would follow up on that and find out.
We'd be happy to do that.
Thank you,
That's
Mayor.
it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Mayor. In our binders under the tab for public facilities, recreation, and special events, and we did touch on this briefly a little bit ago. In previous years, we've allocated specific sums to Glendale Glitters, for instance, or the chocolate event. But this year, we're combining it into a lump sum for special events. But I know that members of our community, and particularly our downtown merchants, need some idea as to whether or not we're going to be holding these events so that they can plan their budgets and ordering and those sorts of things. So based on our calendar, we're 3 weeks away from proposed tentative budget adoption. But it was referenced that we may have a workshop sometime in the fall about this, but I think I would like to be able to let our merchants know what the city's intention is regarding particularly those two events. And then in the supplementals not recommended, there's a few that relate to downtown lights and lighting and things like that. So before we break for lunch, could we have a little bit of information about what the plan is at this point?
Again, let me restate. We built the base budget, meaning what we had in the budget for last year in terms of from a funding amount is in the current budget coming forward. Our thought would be we built that around the glitter and glow, the chocolate event, the month of music, and then there's a number of other things that we do, but those are the bigger ones. Our thought would be we make sure we had enough funding to replicate what the council directed to do last year, but we would come back in a workshop and see whether or not the council wants to fine-tune or reallocate those monies. So again, that was fully our intention, is to let this be council-driven in terms of what events we do and we don't do. What we want to say is if your desire is to maintain the status quo, we have the appropriate funding in place to continue with our same level of programming that we did in the previous year. But we didn't want to say this is what you have to do. We just wanted to say this is the amount of money it would take to replicate last year's event schedule, and then we will sit down and have a discussion and get direction from the council on if you want to modify it, and change those.
Mayor, Mr. Phelps, thank you. So we're setting aside the block of money to accomplish what we've done in the past. But it seems to me that if, like for instance, if we're going to have the Glendale Glitters 6 or however many week event this year, that staff will have to be working on it if they aren't already fairly soon. And if we come back in August or September and decide, I'm afraid that we'll be in a situation where if staff hasn't already been working on it, then it may be hard for them to pull off. And the same with the merchants. So I guess I'm not sure I'm going to get a more in-depth answer, but does management plan at this time of coming back with a recommendation not to do glitters or the chocolate event or the music event either in October if possible or in April if October and April for next year? Is that still what management's recommendation is going to be?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, we're going to, we're continuing to work on the things that need to be worked on for the coming year. So it's our expectation that we're going to do glitter, for example, later in the new budget year. We can certainly come back sooner and have a discussion, if you want to have a discussion in July or August about, tweaking it. I would say this, if you're thinking we don't want to do glitter and glow, which are two of our most lengthy things to program, probably you should indicate that to the city manager's office sooner rather than later. But we're assuming that what we've always done will be moving forward. We just want to give you the ability to fine tune that a little bit, and because we had a couple of new events that came in last year, for example, that you mentioned one that was real successful, the Glendale Nachos. Maybe you want to have some more money set aside to partner with independent promoters to do other events. So that was more the fine tuning, Councilmember Turner, of the plan, not any radical overhaul. We're still working on contracting with our lighting vendor to light downtown up and to do the things that are really kind of been the staples of our plan for the last number of years.
Excellent, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, why don't we all come back here at 10 minutes after 2 o'clock. We'll take lunch right now. this meeting back to order. Next. Who's starting it?
Mayor, members of the council, Amy Lindsay is going to continue with the special revenue funds now.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. I will be going through the special revenue funds as well as the enterprise funds. Special revenue funds include the Highway User Revenue Fund, or HERF, the Transportation Sales Tax Fund, Public Safety Sales Tax Police, and Public Safety Sales Tax for Fire. Transportation sales tax and both public safety sales tax, both police and fire, are dependent on sales tax revenues, and HERF is dependent on fuel sales. These funds are legally restricted, and the transportation and HERF funds are capital intensive. So the slide before you right now shows the supplementals for the HERF fund. The first is we have it called required, but it's $988,000, and it's carryover of one-time funding that the Transportation Department received in the current year, the fiscal year 20 budget, for right-of-way maintenance. This is the amount of that one-time funding that they are not going to expend before June 30th, so they are requesting to carry that dollar amount over to fiscal year 21. And then the second item is an increase in the shop charges for the fleet.
Questions on this? Okay, go ahead.
So the slide before you currently is the HERF fund balance for the next 5 years. As I mentioned earlier, some of these special revenue funds are dependent on sales tax, but HERF is not one of those. So what we did with the HERF fund is there is a 5% reduction in revenue that's demonstrated in the current fiscal year, so fiscal year 20. That's the second circle that's kind of towards the middle of the page. There is no assumed inflationary increase for fiscal year 21. Moderate growth is demonstrated for fiscal year 22, and then conservative growth for fiscal year 23 through 25.
Mayor, members of the council, if I could just, for reference, the reason we have these circled is to kind of show you that we did reduce the revenue estimate for this year and then for next year, so that it's actually lower than what we really received in 2018-19. So we circled those so that you could see that by that reduction, we're actually estimating that revenues will be impacted again by the current economic conditions, such that for the 2 years, we don't get back to even where we were with revenues from fiscal year 19.
Okay, we'll move on to the Transportation Sales Tax Fund. The Transportation Sales Tax required increases and recommended supplementals are on this slide. The first is a required increase for the Glendale On-Board audit that we do every 2 years. The second is a contractual increase to the regional ADA contract. That amount is $315,250. The fixed route contract also has a contractual obligated increase of $341,171. And then the last item is an increase in shop charges for fleet. And with that, we'll move to the transportation sales tax 5-year forecast. Transportation sales tax, we use the same revenue assumptions as we did for the general fund. So there are reduced estimates for fiscal year 20. Started with a lower base for fiscal year 21, but no inflationary increase was applied for fiscal year 21. There's some moderate growth in fiscal year 22, and then fiscal years 23 through 25 have moderate growth, or I'm sorry, conservative growth. If there are no questions, we'll move on to public safety sales tax. Public safety sales tax is also contingent on sales tax, so both public safety sales tax, police and fire, the same assumptions were used as we used with the general fund. So there was a reduction in revenue assumptions for the current fiscal year, so fiscal year 20. No increase for fiscal year 21. Moderate growth in fiscal year 22. And then fiscal years 23 through 25, we demonstrated conservative growth. As you can see, there's a planned drawdown in fund balance in both the police and the fire public safety sales tax. So if you look at the current year for fiscal year 19-20, the transfer out exceeds the amount of revenue that was coming in. That was an intended or planned drawdown of fund balance.
Mayor, can we go back to the transportation sales tax? And I don't know when we haven't, and I believe that the payment management actual expenditure is going to be in the CIP part of the presentation. Is that where that's going to be?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. So I guess we can just leave it for next week, but I did note that there's only $5.2 million in the budget for next year. So, but I guess the appropriate time to discuss that would be on the 19th, if we wanted to use any of this fund balance or do anything else to prop that up.
So I believe Mr. Friedline is looking at that now. He's been looking at it quite furiously in the last few weeks. And he is going to come forward with some type of proposal soon, correct?
Thank you.
So this slide is the public safety sales tax for fire. Again, same assumptions as were used with the general fund. So a reduction in fiscal year 20, no increase in fiscal year 21, moderate growth in fiscal year 22, and then conservative growth for fiscal years 23 through 25. And this fund also demonstrates a planned drawdown of fund balance. So in summary, for the special revenue funds, we are going to continue to hold the line on costs. We will continue to maintain the temporary hiring freeze. There is reduced temporary staffing demonstrated in the forecasts. We have limited to essential travel, and we will continue to closely monitor spending. We will continue to watch revenues in the economy and provide council with updates as far as how the economy is looking on a monthly basis. And if the economic downturn is prolonged, we will consider reductions if that continues. And we will also continue to manage the capital outlay within these funds to stay within their fund balance policy.
Any questions?
Okay. Moving on to the enterprise funds. The enterprise funds are supported primarily from user fees or charges. They operate much like businesses. Moderate enterprise fund revenue growth is what we have demonstrated in the slides you're about to see. And they assume all recently adopted rate adjustments, and enterprise funds do have more capital intensive operations. So this next slide is the position request summary for the water and sewer funds. The first two positions are funded by the water fund, but are actually in the budget and finance department. The first is a customer service representative, and the second is a senior customer service representative. Both of those have no one-time cost, but have an ongoing component to their salaries and benefits. The water services has requested a business analyst, and has also requested a GIS analyst. So for a total of 4 FTEs.
Go ahead. Turn your speaker on.
Okay. Can you go over these positions and explain why they're critical?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Councilman?
Yes, why are these positions so critical that they have to be included in this year's budget? Did you get that? Okay.
Mayor, members of the council, for the budget and finance, for the customer service representative and the senior customer service representative. The two positions would allow us to go into the one-stop customer service. It's another step to get to that council priority. We're also have implemented Glendale One. As part of that, we're also assisting in other calls for citywide. We've received, you know, an additional position through the landfill fund. We've taken over customer service for solid waste and landfills. So the goal again is to get into that one-stop customer service, and the majority of what's out there in the department will start coming to the budget and finance.
Well, we've been using Glendale One for a couple of months now. How have you been able to manage Glendale One without these two positions?
Mayor, members of the council, as far as the Glendale One, the focus on that right now on the budget and finance piece is utilities billing, you know, collections and things like that. A lot of the functionalities and the department-specific functions are still within the department. So transportation is managing transportation requests. You know, some solid waste will go to solid waste, but most of the calls do come to us. But the departments are still responsible for responding and, you know, managing the requests through Glendale One.
Okay, for the record, I don't consider either of these positions to be critical either. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Clark, the business analyst is a position that is going to be supporting the Lucity, which is the water department's new asset management application. And this person is going to be dealing with a significant amount of data and data integrity as far as reporting requirements with regards to that. And then the GIS analyst, that particular position, the water department has over 350,000 assets, and this person would be assisting them in getting those logged in GIS and managing those assets.
So are we saying that until we get this GIS analyst, we don't know where those 350,000 assets are?
Mayor, members of the council, as to whether we know where they are, we do know that, but they are not layers within the GIS system. They're not marked as such. And so the purpose of that, these two positions sort of work together. So one is to get all of the assets inventoried and get them into the system, and we're far behind in getting that done, and then maintaining them as they go. And the other is related to the Lucity system, which is an asset management system, so that we can see individually what the repairs are to each asset and proactively anticipate problems with assets. So for example, if an asset is repaired multiple times, maybe we need to go out and look at why is it needing to be repaired multiple times? Does it need to be replaced? Something like that. And so these two positions, one to work in the Lucity system and do that type of analysis for us to help us manage assets better, and then the GIS analyst to actually geocode those assets and create all of those layers within the Water Services Department. They work together that way.
I know I'm being sarcastic, but I don't know how we ever got along without them. Now, thank you.
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, those are good questions. We've got 60 layers of water and sewer items. For instance, all your valves, your water lines, and all the appurtenances that go into the system. And Vicki was right. Those are all located now somewhat on these layers, but to put the Lucity to its best use, we need to have them exactly located. And it's just not only just the location of them, it's also the data associated with them, the nomenclature related to the item, and all of that is put in there. And then it ties to the analysis of the business part of Lucity, where then we can then develop the work orders and track the work orders, and then from my perspective, which is really important to me, is the management information part of this, so I can determine. And then, as you know, we've been talking for the last couple of years on our capital program here. One of the most important things is reliability and redundancy. You've heard me talk about that more than once. What's important is our ability to predict. I'll remember Councilmember Aldama asked me one time if I could tell him when the West Area Water Reclamation Facility was going to go down. And at that particular time, I had no way of giving him somewhat of a direct answer. But when this comes on, we've been doing this for 2 years. We've got the vertical assets in. We're working on the horizontals. Will be done in the fall. These two people are the linchpins for this particular software. So the business analyst, they're going to be the main focused person that keeps track of all the integrity of all the data, integrity of the work order system, and also help us do the troubleshooting and manage all of the information that's going to come out, all the work orders that we have for this staff out there. The GIS person is going to be predominantly in the field, and they're going to be going out and relocating locating all of those points down to centimeters. So when we have that, then the city will be able to have 60 layers in the GIS system where we know exactly down to the centimeters where all of our parts and pieces and our appurtenances are with the system. So we're very close to getting that all done, and that'll be a great asset to the city.
Okay, and I don't dispute that all of this information will be helpful, but is it so necessary that it has to be done this year, this fiscal year?
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, yes, it does have to be done this year. I've actually got a temporary business person working on business analyst right now. I've got 3 full-time people that's been working on the integration of Lucity into the system. Plus, I've also got a consultant that's helping us do the integration. Then I took 3 temporaries out of my existing staff, and I put them all together like we were doing Muni and Simplicity, and we were having these work teams to build the system back together. So when we're finished here, you're going to end up with a business analyst, an EAM manager, or enterprise asset systems manager, and then we're going to have the GIS person in the field, and that's going to be our nucleus, if you will, to take this to the next step and provide it as a good working tool for the city.
Let me ask you a question. Once that's in place and those people are in place, will that save the city money?
The way I'd answer that is it's going to make ourselves more efficient. It's going to make us the ability to manage our systems better, and we're going to be able to not have issues where we wait until something breaks before we fix it. We're going to have all of our PMs, our preventive maintenance schedules and everything are going to be in Lucity, and we will stay in track with all of these parts and appurtenances and all this equipment, and we'll be able to know the status of it. Just like you do your car. I get an oil change every 3,000 miles, and I find things every 3,000 miles, and I keep that car running. I got 360,000 miles on it right now. So that's my goal for this system also.
So your short answer would be yes, it'll save money?
Yeah.
Again, so your short answer would be yes?
Yes.
Okay.
It's more than money. Also, it's efficiency and being able to predict and make sure that we don't have a critical system go down when we don't want it to.
Right. Well, and those equate to money, too.
Yes, it does.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
If I could, one last question. So now I will never get another message from the water department saying that a water line, there's an emergency repair on the water line, say at Glendale and 67th, because you will have that all programmed in with these people. You will know where the weaknesses in the system are, and we will never have another breakdown like that. Where
Mayor, Councilmember Clark, I'll never say never. But just to give you an example, we've got pipelines in the Cholla district right now that have only been in place for 15 years, and I'm still having breaks there. We are going to find and keep track of those locations, and then we're going to determine what's causing that. And then when I get time in the CIP to do it, we're going to go in and we're going to start replacing lines, even though that's a 50-year life and it's only been in place for 15 years. So we are going to keep track of it, but I'm never going to stop having emergencies here. And I think you all know we do a pretty good job of keeping the emergencies to a minimum here, so.
I acknowledge that, but I'm just skeptical of implementing these kinds of projects right now. Thank you.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
Were anticipated and are funded out of the rate adjustments that we literally just did, right? I mean,
Mayor, Councilmember Tom Choff, that's correct.
okay, thank you.
Moving on.
So the water and sewer required increases are on the next slide that's in front of you. The first is a $300,000 increase to the chemical usage for the water fund. Second is $624,000 for the increase in costs of raw water from RP and CAP. The next is $76,000. It's a for software licensing and support for the Lucity software, which we were just talking about. And then $100,000 for the increase in chemicals for the sewer fund. This next slide is the water and sewer recommended supplementals. And it has one supplemental. It's $161,870 for an increase in shop charges from the fleet department. And finally, this is the 5-year forecast for the water and sewer fund. As you can see, there is a reduction in the fiscal year 20 revenue estimate. There are only approved rate increases assumed within the revenue estimates. The issuance of debt, so the bond proceeds, will actually coincide with the capital improvement program. And as Vicki kind of mentioned earlier, the CIP program is being evaluated currently by Assistant City Manager Friedline, and so there will potentially be changes to that dollar amount that's in the fiscal year 2021 budget, as well as the out years, so that you may see a change between now and the workshop that we're having on the 19th.
Go ahead.
Can you say that again?
So the capital improvement program, or what's listed currently under capital outlay for fiscal year 21, the $91,944,783,000, 91 million. That includes carryover, but Mr. Friedline is currently reviewing the CIP with several departments, and so there may potentially be changes to that dollar amount between now and 2 weeks from now.
Mayor, so when this is presented to us on the 19th, are we going to see what was in and what's being recommended to either be added or taken out? Or are we going to know what's changed, or are we just going to get a different?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomilchoff, we will provide a document that shows the differences between the original draft CIP that you saw back on March 17th and what we are recommending as the draft CIP moving forward.
By project, Mayor, if I could, or just by dollar amount?
Mayor, members of the council, by project.
Okay, thank you.
And and by funding source as well.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no questions, we'll move to solid waste. Solid waste has one supplemental. It is an increase in shop charges for the fleet management fund for $127,355. And solid waste 5-year forecast. As we mentioned earlier, solid waste since it's an enterprise fund, it's based on rates, so it's not contingent on sales tax. What you'll see is there's really no reduction in revenue for fiscal year 20. There's moderate growth demonstrated for fiscal year 21, and then fiscal years 23 through 25 have some conservative growth. And again, only approved rate increases are included in these revenue estimates. Moving on to landfill. Landfill has 3 recommended supplementals. The first is for attorney services for $350,000. It's for outside legal services for in case the landfill is involved in any litigation. The next one is $20,000 for an increase to the household hazardous waste program. And the last is for 50,000 to expand the Glendale Works program.
Mayor, can you explain the 50,000 for expansion to the Glendale Works program?
So, Mayor, members of the council, Ms. Watenko at the landfill uses temporary workers to do various things out at the landfill. And the way she's explained this to me is as the landfill gets filled up and gets higher and higher, it's subject to more wind blowing debris out of the landfill. And so she needed additional help picking up loose trash around the landfill because of that. And so she looked at it and said she could either spend $68,000 on a supplemental for expansion of her temporary contract workers, or she could actually get the labor slightly less expensively through the Glendale Works program. So she requested $50,000 to the Glendale Works program so that she can use more of the workers that are part of that program at the landfill.
Okay, because that comes out to 83 people coming through there, because they can only make $600 each, right? Otherwise, they have to be 1099. So don't they graduate, Mayor, they graduate out of Glendale Works after they've made $600, at least for the year, right?
You're sort of right and you're sort of wrong. They don't graduate. They only allow them to work a certain amount of time because we're not looking for full-time permanent people. We're looking for a short window for Phoenix Rescue Mission to take them, put them to work on a daily work for just a few days, identify their situation, get them down, get them the help they need, and basically get them the help they need so they're no longer homeless, get them jobs. Kirsten, do we happen to have the information from the current Glendale Works? There's 200 and some people, if I'm not mistaken, that, okay, if you could get that for me, I'd sure appreciate it. I believe it was 200 and some people have gone through the program. They have a full listing Phoenix Rescue Mission gave us on how many people have done it, how many people have been helped, how many people have gotten jobs, how many people have gone back to where they're no longer homeless. This in conjunction with, we just had a van fully donated for the Glendale Works, along with what the city's currently already spending to pick up trash. This means the city will spend less money and only allows Glendale Works to do a better job for our homeless people. So we're spending less money picking up trash, which we haven't been doing at Glendale landfill already. But they don't really graduate. It's not that.
Well, that's not what I meant. I just meant that once they've earned $600 in a year, they can no longer participate in the Glendale Works program because they don't want to have, nobody wants to have to issue 1099s because it's just too much paperwork. Is that right?
Well, and like I say, I know there was 200 and from November 18, November 19, they had 784 unduplicated homeless individuals participate in the program. 784. The 784, they worked 1,769 5-hour shifts. They earned $97,000, completed 120 cleanup projects. 69 were placed in housing, 23 obtained permanent employment outside the program. That was basically about the first year that we had it. So this is another small portion of
Okay.
it, but it does save our taxpayers money. It solves a problem with picking up trash. as
Well,
the
that's
landfill
what I
does.
was wondering, is it's, I mean, it's certainly an entry-level position, whether it would be better to have somebody move from, because once they've made $600, they've got to find employment somewhere, and it sounds like out of 700, 20-something of them found employment. Well, there's a gap there where I mean, I'm not saying this, but the program basically is like the first stake in the ground to moving somebody forward. I'm not saying don't support this, but I think we need to be looking at what's next. Finding these people entry-level positions, the ones that are really ready to go to work, because that's the whole idea, is to get them meaningful employment so they can get housing and other things.
And that's
So-
exactly what the program does. Exactly what they do.
Well,
They-
Glendale Works,
Glendale Works is the one that provides the initial response where the people can identify the problems to get them the help they need, and that's what Phoenix Rescue Mission accomplishes. So, yeah, it does work. It works it was a very, very successful program.
What was the number again? 700 and something participants?
784, I believe it was.
And
people.
29 jobs?
People that have gone through it. Again, that's the initial response.
Right, okay.
But you got people that have every kind of problem in the world. I know for a fact there's been people that simply were trying to reunite with family out of state, and they raised enough money to where they could buy a ticket to go home. So it's so many different layers of help. that these people
I understand that. My point is, this isn't just, I mean, it's just a piece of the puzzle of the solution for homelessness.
You're
So
absolutely right.
we need to be looking at other ways, and I think the city should be open to hiring people from this program into entry-level positions. That's the point I'm trying to make, is that we should be looking at that as a possibility too, especially somebody out at the landfill that requires literally, you know, not a lot of skill, but it's an entry-level position for somebody. So I'd like us at least to be looking towards that and working with Phoenix Rescue Mission and whoever else, St. Joseph the Worker, some other places like that, on trying to connect people to some of these jobs. Because if we can't connect them to a job, they're going to end up homeless again, because they have to wait a whole year to go make another $600.
Right, and again, this is just a very, very small piece of the puzzle, but keep in mind, a lot of the homeless people are not, people assume a lot of times that they don't have any job skills. A lot of them do have job skills. They just had something really unfortunate happen that's messed them up. And so it's just a piece of the puzzle to help them get back. And if we spend less money and we get more work done for our citizens, isn't that what we want to do for our taxpayers?
I agree. My point was, it's 83 people to spend the 50,000. It's a lot of people to be parading through the landfill, is my point. I don't know how they bring them in and out in a van, I
Yes.
guess, and somebody, watches them and all of that. But I would just say, I would like for us to be open to more meaningful employment for graduates, and I'm just using that term, people who've finished the program, can't make any more money on Glendale Works, that we should be looking towards more meaningful employment for those people as a city. That's it. Thank you.
With that, we'll move on to the landfill 5-year forecast. Again, the landfill fund is not dependent on sales tax revenue. So there's no reduction in revenue in the current year, so fiscal year 20. And basically, there's moderate growth throughout the 5-year forecast. Again, as I mentioned earlier, the bond issuance or the debt service that's listed in here, the bond proceeds, that'll coincide with the capital improvement program. In fiscal year 22, the North Cell Liner capital improvement project is currently in fiscal year 22, so that would be what would require bond proceeds. There aren't any questions. So in summary, for the enterprise funds, similar to the special revenue funds, we will continue to hold the line on costs, maintain the temporary hiring freeze, reduction in temporary staff, limit travel to essential travel only, and continue to closely monitor spending. We will provide monthly updates to council with revenue when we're watching the revenues in the economy. And again, if the economic downturn continues longer than we anticipate, then we will consider reductions if the recession's prolonged. And we will continue to manage the capital outlay to stay within fund balance policies. And if there are no questions, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Camacho.
Mayor, members of the council, the next few slides are the recommended positions and recommended supplementals for the other funds. Other funds are funds other than the major funds. The first FTE is a grant-funded FTE for the Community Service Department, so it's a community service rep, ongoing cost of $80,000. The new FTE for risk management analyst, we talked about this earlier today, but this position would be assisting with the regulatory and legal requirements for ASRS, PSPRS, benefits. The network engineer is in the technology fund. It's $112,530. And as you know, with the COVID-19, this last month or so, We've had a need for additional network capacity to allow employees to be able to work from home so that we can manage social distancing. So it is something that the IT department was able to accomplish during this time period, but there is definitely a need for a network engineer. The next slide is on the required increases and recommended supplementals. The CDBG is shop cost increase for very small, $430. Again, that's grant funded. We've had some discussion on the Arts Commission. These requests are not general fund funded, so the temporary pay budget increase of about $16,000 and the community activities budget line increase of $55,000. Airport, there are two required recommended supplementals. One is for an operational increase of about $23,000, and again, shop cost increase of about $8,000. Training facility is at Gripstick. There are three requests. One is for the audio-video equipment replacement. This is replacement for audio-visual equipment for the lecture hall and 12 classrooms. Sewage ejector pump renewal for $60,000. It's a one-time cost. And also shop cost increase of about $6,000. Next slide, housing community services requests. You have a housing authority reasonable accommodation enhancement of $12,000 one time and an ongoing of $18,000. And also shop cost increase of about $8,000 ongoing. The risk management trust fund, there's been an increase in risk management insurance premium. The request is for about $600,000 and the employer's council membership of $15,000. The workers' comp, there's also been an increase in premiums, claims, and admin fees. The request for this is $1.7 million. And the benefits trust fund, there are 6 requests. One is for the medical and prescription increase of about $858,000, dental increase of about $53,000, vision increase of about $6,000, and an increase of $40,000 for EAP and event counseling services. Life insurance increase of $37,000 and the tobacco cessation program of $25,000.
Mayor? Just a couple of questions. I mean, these are, of all the supplements, these two numbers really jump out, the risk management and the workers' comp increases. Do you have a detail of what those increases, I mean, are they just simply, I mean, what's caused this to happen?
Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Jim Brown will answer your question.
Thank you, and Mayor and Councilmember Malnar. There's, on the risk management trust fund side, when we have the actuarial data that came back to us based on our loss experience that we've already had and based on litigation, those types of things that we have going on currently, they determine in order to keep our 55% of expected claims in that trust fund to stay basically where we need to be in terms of the recommendations for that. These are the premiums that have come back, and again, it's based on claims experience. It's based on even into the future what we're expected to pay. And we've got a couple of big litigation cases out there and a few other things. So it's all coming from that on the risk side. On the workers' comp side, there is legislation changes. There are things such as presumptive cancer, PTSD, those types of things that now we have built into the assumptions going forward for workers' compensation. And that's a big portion of what's the increases are attributed to.
If I may, Mayor, are the increases mostly insurance or over premiums? Is that what the biggest increase is?
Mayor,
insurance companies are asking for a higher premium because of these higher risks?
Mayor and Councilmember Malnar, as obviously we're self-insured, so it's what our expected claims are going to be, and we need to make sure that we're funded at that 55th percentile on the risk side, and then I believe it's 20% of expected claims on the workers' comp side to stay in compliance with the Industrial Commission. So yes, it's really what the anticipated claims are. In addition, we have we had $1 million, what we paid out up to $1 million, and then our secondary insurance on the risk side would kick in. Those premium amounts have gone up as well, based on, again, it's based on claims experience. So all of that put together is what you see in that increased costs for both of those funds.
And just a last question, are we expecting this kind of annual increase in the future, or is this kind of a one-time catch-up, in your opinion?
Well, again, it's based on claims experience. So if you look over, we did have a bad claims year on the risk side and also on the workers' comp side. We anticipate that to happen every single year, but we do know, particularly on the workers' comp side, based on the things that we're going to need to be covering in the future, we do anticipate it being more expensive down the road on the workers' comp side. Risk, again, it's going to depend on the claims experience, and I think they average that out over a 36-month period. So,
Mr. Phelps.
Yeah, maybe just some additional context. I know that Vicki may have some to add as well. One thing that we haven't got into here is, and let's talk about the presumptive cancer, is that we don't know what the future liability exists because it's relatively new. So that'll be just something we'll have to track going forward. So for example, in looking at what our potential risk could be into the future, we haven't been able to figure out a way to understand the impact that retirees may have on the system because the presumptive cancer allows retirees under the age of 65 to make claims. So we'll monitor that very closely and keep tracking it, but it could be something, to Councilmember Malnar's question, it could be something that we see increases going forward in the future. I reached out to a number of different city managers and asked them that question specifically as to what they're doing. And, you know, some gave it to me in a percentage. One city said they're increasing their workers' compensation rates by 15%. Two other cities said they were adding about $1 million to their funds. I think we're pretty much in line with other similar larger cities here in the valley, but it'll be something that we continue to track.
Mayor, if I may add to that, on the risk management side, if you go back to the FTEs, this is what we talked about earlier. This FTE is a risk management analyst, and this is the FTE that is going to be put into place on the risk side to try to help keep these claims from rising even further. So there is a desire here to put a person in place to look at and analyze what are those risks, what's driving that cost. Are there programs that we can do, for example, safety programs or other types of proactive programs to keep this cost down? And my understanding is that there had been someone in place like this in the city before, and it was successful, and that's what that FTE that is talked about here would be doing.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
to follow up on what Ms. Rios said, yes, we did have a person on the risk management side, but he didn't just analyze data. He went out, if he found out X department was having X problem, he would go out and teach the people in that department what they could do to mitigate that risk within the department. That's the one component that's missing from the description, the job description that you gave me, was that this person was proactive enough to go out there on site and actually teach employees how to be safer. But it was extremely successful and drove down our claims costs for several years. And then I don't know what happened to him. I wasn't here, and then all of a sudden he was gone. So, but when this person was here, he did an excellent job and drove our costs down.
and I'll just jump in on that one, Mayor and Councilmember Clark. I believe you're talking about Gary. Gary was here. He retired right about the time I came on board, and you're correct. He did do a lot of field work and training. What we've been able to put into place over the last year and a half or so, we've done about 5,000 courses that our employees have taken on safety and how to be safe and how to do things more safely in their job through some online resources that we've had. We've been able to incorporate that. It's been successful, but we do need to couple that with getting out into the field and working through that as well. And that's certainly something we can do as we move forward.
Well, if I could just follow up, Mayor. You're right, it was Gary. And Gary used to go out, like with the truck drivers. I remember they were having a period where everybody was coming up with back injuries. And he actually went out and showed them some suggested ways of lifting, carrying, doing all kinds of things to try to mitigate that problem. And he drove the numbers down. So you're right, he was extremely helpful to the cause.
The last slide for other funds, required increases and recommended supplementals. There is one for shop cost increase for fleet services. 4 requests from the technology fund. One is the ongoing annual maintenance for Simplicity for about 1.1 million. What happened with the Simplicity annual maintenance is that last year it got left out of the budget last year. It was something that we had budgeted for in the past, but in last year's budget, it was left out of the budget, and we did have to go to contingency for this. We are putting the budget back, or the appropriation, into the technology fund. The next item is the Glendale 1 ongoing subscription fees of about $54,000, and also another $101,000 for software maintenance for IT projects, and about $24,000 for the PACE program for ongoing training for the Munis financials and HR system.
Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Third item down, software maintenance for IT projects. You have it at 101, 100 recommended. On the supplemental list, unless this is a different line item, you have software maintenance for IT project, $237,905. Is this a different line item? Do we have 2 supplementals for software maintenance for IT projects?
Mayor, members of the council, give me a minute, please.
Sure. It would be toward the end of your supplemental list because I wrote them down in order, and it is the last one under your IT supplemental. Be the last one or very close to.
Mayor, members of the council, they are 2 different things.
They are not or
they,
are?
They are different items. The one is in the not recommended list, and the one is in recommended for 101,000 is on page.
No, the 237 was recommended. I listed it as a recommended supplemental.
Mayor, members of the council, that's the total. The 237,905 is the total of cost of the network engineer, the PACE program, and the software maintenance.
Oh, be nice if it had said that on the line item, because I assumed it was all for maintenance, like maintenance of IT projects. So you're saying the 230, but you have a separate, yeah, okay, I get it. I do get it, but it could have been explained better. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on the other funds?
Okay, I want to go backwards, actually. actually, I wanted to ask our city manager, when we were doing landfills, we've got, my understanding, several contracts with other cities that actually use our landfill. And I'd like to know, is there a true benefit to the Glendale residents by us allowing these other cities to use our landfill? Because when I think about our cost involved, once that landfill's full, and I know that we're just about done with the south half, and we'll be starting the north here soon, that's going to be really expensive if we have to start looking for another landfill somewhere. I guess my question is, then what are we doing, and does that create a huge problem for us and for our citizens and higher landfill costs?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, I'll be glad to have staff look and kind of look at it from the kind of pros and cons, benefits of the outside contracts, whether it helps our ratepayers or not. We can ask Michelle from her team to put that together. It probably will take a little bit of time, but I'll be glad to get it to you as quickly as possible.
Okay. And I believe that on the short term it helps, but on the long term it may cost us a lot more. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to getting that information.
Mayor?
Go ahead.
We did a workshop as a council item of special interest of mine, I think it was last year, on tipping fees, because I was looking at tipping fees around, even in the Southwest, and I thought our tipping fees were extremely low compared to and I know we did a workshop on that, something similar anyway, on the fees and the costs and all of that relatively recently. I agree with you, though. I mean, it's a huge asset for our residents, and when we run out of space there, we're going to be somebody else's customer most likely. So I think it's a really, what is the real value long term? I know Michelle focused, I think, primarily on the length of the life of the landfill, but I think the ROI is probably a good way to revisit that. So,
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Tomachoff, you are correct. There was discussion around the methodology behind the tipping fees. And so I think what we can do is have her look at it from a business model perspective that then measures that. Because, for example, this was something I'm familiar with from back home, but the county owned a landfill that developed some significant leaks to the liners, which potentially put us in jeopardy of becoming a Superfund site. We had outside contracts that were locked in at a fixed rate, and so we had to pass on all the liability of fixing and repairing it to the Pierce County residents rather than, kind of allocating it across. So we have risk when we run a landfill, and so I think it's a good question to ask as to whether or not is our rate structure with our contract organizations, whether it be a city or even a private carrier, is it commensurate to the risk and the cost and investment that the ratepayers have put in place? And so we'll be glad to look at that, because I think the question was raised, what is the benefit back to the ratepayers? And so we can certainly have that looked at and brought back either in a workshop or just in a memo back to the council.
Okay. Technology?
The last item on our presentation are the technology projects. The first three are for police. The first one is the continued funding for the Motorola CAD RMS project. The second one is the Axon interview room solution. It will replace the existing 10-year-old equipment in 8 interview rooms. And the last one is the in-vehicle tablet for police. The next 3 items are for court. The first one is computer equipment and system annual increase for maintenance and support. The second one is the jail court picture-in-picture capability for the visual display outside the court. The last one is the alternative communication network. It's an annual cost of the court's ACN, or alternative communication network. The next one is the replacement for the Chessware software that the city attorney's office is using. Then we also have 2 requests for the Lucity asset management system, one from field operations, one is from public facilities, recreation, and special events. and website analytics platform from strategic initiatives, and also additional storage capacity for our systems here in IT. If there are any questions, the next slide is just, our budget calendar. Our next presentation is on the 19th. We will be covering follow-up items from today's presentation and also the draft CIP. And with that, that concludes our presentation.
Okay. Still got 49 on here. You doing that one?
We did have the general fund forecast for the next five years. We went over fiscal year 2021. We had the forecast ready and available just in case council wanted to see what the forecast is for the next 5 years. We did go over the fiscal year 2021 budget. As we've stated earlier, the revenues for fiscal year 2020, it includes a revised estimates for the largest component of our revenues, which is city sales tax. We do have the one-time revenues, and we talked about the ending fund balance without contingency at 45.8 million, or if we spend all of our contingency, it's 43.9 million. For fiscal year 21, we flatlined the revenues from our revised estimate, so there is no growth. Plus, we included a 6.5 million one-time revenues from the sale of Glen Lakes. We've discussed the operating expenditures. It does include the placeholders for the market adjustments, the COLA, and the performance for the salaries, for employee salaries, and also it includes placeholders for the required increases and recommended supplementals. We reduced contingency to 2 million in fiscal year 21. The ending fund balance, if we don't use the contingency, it's the 46 or $47 million. And if we use the 2 million contingency, it's 43.1 million. The estimates for fiscal year 22 is moderate for revenues. And then for fiscal year 23, 24, and 25, the revenue estimates are conservative. As far as the fiscal year 22 budgets, for some of the supplementals that did not move forward, part of the assumption is that some of the supplementals will move forward in fiscal year 22. Again, just putting a pause on some of the requests. We did incorporate that in the 22 budget, and including all the ongoing costs.
Questions?
Mayor, I have a couple. One of them I forgot to ask about the general fund under public affairs. There's an increase under professional services for $46,581. I don't know, is that where how is the cost of our lobbyist?
Mayor, members of the council, I believe the increase in public affairs would be the two supplementals. Part of that would be the Hootsuite and the archive social.
I know we have a contract with a lobbyist. Where is that housed in the budget? I thought it was under public affairs, and how much is that contract?
Mr. Stoddard?
Mayor, Councilmember Tomachoff, the state lobbying contract is in public affairs. Was that the question?
It is in the public affairs budget?
It's in the public affairs budget.
And what is the cost of that contract?
It is $72,000 a year.
Is that included in the professional services then, or?
Yeah,
rolled up
it's
in
in,
that?
it's under the,
I like Marcus, I just want to know how much he's charging us.
it's under, I had to check the categories because we had kind of changed some of the categories to make them, professional services is what it's under, yes.
Okay, so
Or
it's rolled up
for
into that.
strategic.
It's rolled up into that 158,270 number?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Stoddard. And I had one other question, Mayor. And I know I talked to Ms. Rios about this yesterday. I know I can figure it out, but do we have a rolled-up number for the city's PSPRS contribution? And if we don't have that, I can get it next time we meet, but I'm just curious what the total amount is for our contribution this year, if we know.
If you'll give us a second, I think Lisette might have that number.
Mayor, members of the council, yes, I do have the number. Just give me a minute. For PSPRS, the budget is a total of 30.5 million.
Mm.
Well, on that note, thank you.
All right. So were you finished then?
Mayor, members of the council, yes, we are done with our presentation.
Okay, but before I adjourn, all of you have these bottles at your place. What you may not know is that these bottles were actually bottled here in Glendale by one of our very own companies who, through the COVID-19, has adjusted and adapted and, in fact, have increased their business because now they're doing hand sanitizers, and now we're getting contracts across the nation for doing hand sanitizers. But they stood up very quickly and supplied the small bottles very, very quickly, and I believe bottled these at no cost to us. Is Michelle still here? I don't believe they charged us to do the labor portion of this. I believe that's correct. I don't want to tell you false, but I think that's correct. But again, that's one of the Glendale businesses, and doing what a lot of businesses do, trying to figure out how to survive this COVID-19. Mr. Aldama?
Thank you, Mayor. Question, I'm not sure, but did the federal government in the CARES Act allocate $2.2 million for eviction and rental assistance and eviction prevention and rental assistance? If so, have we received it, and what are we doing with it? Please.
Mayor, members of the council, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but there were 2 allocations to the city, one for CDBG funding, the other for ESG funding. In addition to that, the police department received another grant. We're still looking at what those funds can be used for, and Jean Moreno, the interim community services director, is going to come to the council with some recommendations about those funding. That it's not all earmarked for tenant assistance, but there are various different things it could be used for. So she's working with the staff to get some ideas of what the needs are out in the community and how to best use those funds. And she's going to come to the council in a workshop type format and make some recommendations and then get some feedback from the council before we allocate those funds.
Mayor, thank you, Ms. Rios. Do you know what the dollar amount was? Is it 2.2 million?
Councilmember Aldama, Mayor, if I could, I know, because I've been talking to Jean about that. It's, I think, 1.4 in CDBG, COVID relief, and about 750,000 or somewhere in that neighborhood for ESG.
That's correct. I think it's 1.4 and 7 are the 2 numbers, and then there's a police department grant that's another 266.
Pretty close.
Yes.
Okay. So I look forward to that update, what we're going to do with it. But I didn't hear one answer to the question. Have we received the allocation?
I do not know.
You do not know?
I do not know if we physically have the money in the bank, but I do know that it is our allocation. It's not going to be it's not going to be taken away from us. It's it is an allocation that we will receive. I just can't tell you if the funds are actually deposited in the bank yet.
We'll be getting it, so, thank you.
You good?
Good.
Were you good? Any other questions?
Mayor,
Go ahead.
plug the business. What was the business name that provided?
Actually, it is S&K Oil. They actually do frying oil, cooking oil, and olive oil. So really, really, really good olive oil too. But where their restaurants are down by almost 40%, they've actually increased their business on this side of it and raised that up. And now they have a brand new line. So not looking to lay people off, but actually looking possibly to hire more people. So I think that's pretty incredible. With that, if there's no other, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Not a question, but I did want to say that I think from my first, if not, well, let's go with my second budget year here, I've requested that department heads, that we be able to see what department heads have requested, but weren't able to be included in the manager's recommended budget. And this year we got it, and I found it very helpful, and I appreciate that, and I will look for it every year going forward. Thank you.
One last one, Mayor, thank you. I know there's no council items of interest today. However, the city manager mentioned that he would be, or was planning on bringing at least, and I hope that you will, an overview and update about the special events in downtown before it's too late to make a decision. You'll make sure you bring that back on time. Thank you.
Okay, if that's it, and being no further business, we're adjourned.